The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at TalkRealSolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of TalkRealSolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not TalkRealSolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. And I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is July the 13th, 2023. And I want to invite you to go to talkrealsolution.com, and on there you'll have a 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom. It has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The second point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is, as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal would be for you to open a Black-owned business. And right above the 3-point plan, you have a link to African American-owned banks and credit unions. We could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today. And check out the rest of the links and articles on the website. That's exactly where we get the news stories from when we get around to them. Or if we don't get around to them, you can peruse the website, browse the website. The news articles are very specific, and they're catered to interests that I know that might appeal to you. And that's where you can just browse the website. You know, it ain't nothing but like a magazine site. Just read news articles. Hopefully there ain't no ads popping up or nothing like that, you know. So, you know, if you want to follow up on some of the stories, then basically just read it on the website there. All right, and guys, if y'all want to participate in the show tonight, all you have to do is call the number at 717-908-1834 and hit the participant code at 917-324, and we'll get you on the mic here and allow you to join the conversation as we get into it. And of course, you know, I invite any and all comers. If you want to have a logical conversation, I try to have that. You know, I'm not knowledgeable on everything, but what I am knowledgeable on, I try to make sure that, you know, I'm passing on the truth. I don't want to pass on nothing that's going to confuse anybody. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't like that because they are stuck in their way that they believe. And the truth is strange nowadays. People don't want to hear the truth because of this climate that we're in now, the mentality of America, and just living in this fake world, this world that I can't even explain it. I just can't explain it. This world that we're living in now, or this era that we're living in now, there's a lot of people with certain beliefs and just habits, ways of thinking that's irrational and illogical, and they just follow that line of thinking. And it's strange to somebody like me because I've always been, you know, taught, or I've always strived to find out the truth before I make the next step. And sometimes, that truth might even be a lie. And then once you discover it's a lie, you move on and, you know, find out the real truth. But people ain't doing that nowadays. It's weird to watch. It's weird to watch how people just falling for all of this crazy stuff. And it kind of explains humanity and history. If you watch the mentality of what's going on in America now and how certain things happened in history when it comes to tyrannical control of certain people and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, you can lay on top of the way. Now I know this is a little extreme, but I mean you can lay on top of the way that Adolf Hitler took over Germany and convinced the Germans that he was the best leader for them, and because the reason I'm comparing it because of the number of Germans that agreed with Adolf Hitler, and allowed him to take over that country. You can look at the way that those people were convinced that that tyrant could be a good leader, and you can look at what's going on in our country when it comes to people like, hell, we had on here last week, like Sarge, and understand that, it don't take much for that type of crazy power to kind of flow over masses of people. I was pointing out this mentality when it came to religion and how these preachers and these religious leaders are able to instill this cult-like mentality in their believers. And you see that going on in politics. It's easy to point out that, it's if you got a leader that is willing to just create a need, right? And offer to fulfill that need and convince masses of people to also believe that this leader will fill that need, then it seems pretty easy for you to control a whole lot of people. And that's what you got whenever you look at these tyrants, these dictators. That's what you got, is all of these people created a damn need, right? And then they put themselves in position to be the only one to fulfill that need or fix that problem and convince masses of people that they were the solution. Psychologically, it's kind of complicated when you think about it, but if you back up and just look at a pattern of how masses of people can be controlled, that's what you got. That's I don't know if that's all the elements to it, but I know that's got to be at least part of the core element of how you get this cult-like mentality in this country. And it works. It worked throughout history. It worked with who was that? Stalin and hell, it works in North Korea. It worked with Vladimir Putin. It worked with Donald Trump. It just works. And it's sad to say how many people can be manipulated in that way to just follow BS. And that's what's going on in politics. So, I mean, at this point, I'm just tired of Donald Trump and him not being in handcuffs and shackles at this point. And none of the top leadership not really paying a penalty. I'm tired of all the investigations. We seen what happened on TV. We seen the crime get committed right before our eyes, and we don't see anybody at the highest level that's been punished for trying to overthrow this country. They keep throwing us little tidbits of this is being investigated or this is being investigated. And, oh, now they're calling in this person as a witness, and we charged him with the crime and we indicted him and all this kind of no. That is not good enough. If I was to commit a crime, I would have they would have locked me up fast as shit. You know, that just shows you the justice system in this country is tiered. They got different levels of justice for people with power and influence, and the rest of us who can't afford to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars for attorneys and lawyers, you know. And that's why I've always questioned this country's systems. It's flawed. It's flawed. And you know, I want it to work. And that's why people get it confused when I say that Constitution need to be ripped up, right? That's all they hear. But the Constitution need to be ripped up and rewritten so it can treat everybody in this country fairly. That's what needs to happen, because that's not what's going on at all. You know, and that's just in politics. If you look at socially, we basically got Hitler's brown shirts running around here with a Blue Lives Matter flag, a gang flag on their uniform, and they're breaking all the laws and they're protected through this same system that we're supposed to trust. They can break every law in the country. They can break every law in this country and be protected under qualified immunity. Whenever we say there's no one above the law, qualified immunity puts the police officers in this country above the law. And not only do qualified immunity put police officers above the law, the reason they don't want to touch qualified immunity is because the politicians are protected too. That's what they're not saying. That's what they're not saying. Okay, so check this out. Y'all know I like to Google stuff, so I'm gonna Google it right quick, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm just gonna put it in the Google search. Watch this right here. All right, look. So this is the first definition that came up for qualified immunity, so I'm gonna go with that. It says it's the doctrine of qualified immunity protects state and local officials. We can stop right there. Because those are not police officers. Those are your politicians. And now it says including law enforcement officers from individual liability unless the official violates a clearly established constitutional right. Right? And then that's when you get all these civil lawsuits against these people, because to even have half a chance, you got to prove that this individual violated your civil rights. But the reason that they get away with it is because everything that they do, they try to say that they was doing in the course of their duties. What's up, Frodo and East Coast? They try to say that they was doing in the course of their duties. And then if they broke these laws or committed these crimes in the course of their duty, this doctrine of qualified immunity protects them from accountability. That's what's wrong in this damn country. Is that some of us are more protected and can break the laws and get away with it, and the rest of us, the full weight of the justice system, come down on us. So that's a divide right there with qualified immunity. And you know, that was just my first Google search, so I don't know, maybe there's more to be said about it. The legal principle that grants, yes, it's right there. Look, from civil suits, unless the plaintiff shows that they're officially clearly. Okay, so if somebody violates your civil rights, it look like you got at least a chance to hold them accountable, but you got to prove that they violated your civil rights, right? And when a cop takes you out of the car and beats you over the head with his baton, he's not violating your civil rights because that's in the course of his duty, right? I just want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about before I go forward, because I see I got the dummy in the room that's supposed to be a constitutionalist that that don't give a fuck about the Constitution. Whenever Donald Trump is said fuck the Constitution, but I want to give correct information out there. You know, I don't want to be like SARS dumbass and just make it bend and support my narrative because he's a fucking cult follower. I want to give you the correct information. And as we're talking about the qualified immunity doctrine and police officers and politicians being protected beyond the Constitution, you like I said, you have to have them violate your civil rights. And whenever we looking at these interactions with police officers and them shooting people, right? And getting away with it, murdering people. Just like the Breonna Taylor case, those police officers shot into that woman's house in the wrong goddamn house. But because it was in the course of their duties, they got some type of pat on the back or said that, you know, it was okay to walk around and murder people, right? So now you got to go to court and prove that that person's civil rights was violated, which it was, in my opinion, because she's not living no more. You got a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of goddamn happiness. They took the right of life away from that child, right? And it's okay for them to do it according to their unconstitutional doctrine of qualified immunity. Because it is unconstitutional. That's a fact. What we're looking at here right now, when it says this doctrine of qualified immunity protects state and local officials, including some law enforcement, from liability, that's unconstitutional. So how this country got to a point to where they allow unconstitutional processes to outweigh the actual doctrine and the laws of this land so people can get away with crimes, I don't know how the fuck people allowed that. If anybody else go to work and kill somebody, you going to jail. You going to jail. But if a police officer get up in the morning and go to work and just happen to kill somebody, he gonna be suspended with pay. Most likely come back to work in about 6 months to a year. This is the craziest thing that I've ever heard. So this qualified immunity needs to go away. Why does it need to go away, Tyrone? Well, for one, they are not holding the police accountable for what crimes they commit. You know who paying for the police fuck ups? We are, as the taxpayers. So wait a minute. I paid you with my money to go out and kill me with my money. And then, since I'm dead, my family is going to pay you for killing me with their taxes. That is fucked up. That is all kinds of fucked up. And people in this country, we just walking around like, you know, okay, the police can do it. You should have complied. No, motherfucker, you should hold this guy accountable. He's a fucking tyrant. He's out of control. He's power hungry. He knows that he is not going to have to pay one thin dime for violating your fucking rights. So he's safe and comfortable in his position of running around, breaking the laws, abusing people, killing people, murdering people, just like gang members do. And to put a stamp on the gang member claim that I just gave them, they wear a gang sign. They wear a gang sign. What the fuck are you talking about, Tyrone? The gang sign that I'm talking about is that thin blue lines fucking sign. The gang sign that I'm talking about is that thin blue line sign. That thin blue line sign, that thin blue lines flag came into existence after Black Lives Matter. Look. That's why I was so quiet, because I knew I had seen this somewhere before. Right here, we're talking about the thin blue line. Over time, there was variations of the thin blue line, but this last variation of the thin blue line sign came into existence after the Black Lives Matter protest. And why were we saying Black Lives Matter? Because these police was out here murdering black people and not getting held accountable when it came to Eric Garner, when it came to Tyrese Nichols, Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, so many, the dude in New York, Mubagalo, I can't think of his name. All of these people was getting killed on videotape, and nobody was fucking doing anything about it to hold these police accountable, right? So the movement started. Black Lives Matter. Now you can't say that out loud in America and mean it. Black lives also matter. You cannot say that in this racist ass country and mean it. Oh, you can't even get somebody to understand your perspective of the black plight in this country and say it with you, Black Lives Matter. You cannot start a movement to try to pass on a message to stop killing us with the mantra of Black Lives Matter. That ain't gonna work in this country. Even with the evidence, on top of evidence of us being murdered in this country, you can't say to the American people throughout this society, hey, stop killing us because Black Lives Matter. You can't call it a movement. You can't wear a t-shirt with it on there. And you damn sure can't affect change with the slogan, Black Lives Matter, because these racist motherfuckers, they've never made a symbol against the KKK. They've never made a symbol against neo-Nazis. They've never made a symbol against fucking anything racist in this country, even though we got all kinds of racist movements. White nationalists, white supremacists, they've never made a symbol against the KKK. But whenever you say Black Lives Matter and turn it into a movement, what do the police in this fucking country do? They go create an anti-slogan. Thin blue line. Blue Lives Matter. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And now, not only that, because they're trying to stamp out the Black Lives Matter movement, they promote their Blue Lives Matter movement by putting the emblems on police cars, wearing them on flags, waving them at the goddamn January 6th fucking goddamn insurrection. Motherfuckers make baseball caps with this gang fucking sign on it. Blue Lives Matter, thin blue line. And it was all, the reason that it's a racist gang symbol, it was all in opposition to the Black Lives Matter movement, social movement. Look, it's on the screen right here. This is why I pulled it up. It says symbols and variations. The thin blue line flag is all black, bearing a single horizontal line or stripe across the center. The variation of the flag, often used in various flags, national flag, rendered in black and white, with the blue line through the center of it, are seen below. Okay? Now, the Blue Lives Matter movement was created December the 14th after the homicide of the NYPD, Rafael Ramos and Wynn Liu in New York, in the wake of the homicides of Eric Garner and Michael Brown earlier that year, in context of the greater Black Lives Matter movement. So wait a minute. We got a organization that we pay taxes for, that we pay their fucking salaries. We send them on vacation. We send those fucking children to school. We pay for their fucking training. We pay for their cars, their guns, their bullets they kill us with. And whenever we create a black social movement to say stop killing us, they create with our fucking tax money a movement to say fuck you black people, your lives don't matter. Blue Lives Matter. That's a fucking gang sign. That's a fucking gang sign. There've never been in this country a social movement on the other side that the police have felt that they had to come up with symbolism to retaliate against that movement. Never. And when black people have a movement, the police feel they need to have an anti-movement against the black people, asking them to stop killing them. Sarge said blah, blah, blah. Nigga, I know it hurts. I know it hurts, Sarge. I know it hurts. You in the damn chat room right now crying like a little bitch because everything that I'm saying is the truth. You never speak to any of the facts that I present. Your counter argument is whataboutism. Because you know whenever I present the facts, this is historical goddamn facts that I just gave you about the evolution of the blue line, the thin blue line flag. An organization that your dumbass was a part of. An organization that since you was in Illinois, you was probably privy to out there being prejudiced and biased towards your own fucking community. And it hurts to hear somebody turn the mirror around to your fucking face and say, look at what the fuck you done. This is what you done to your own people. Now, you know, it might not hurt you. You might wear it like a badge of fucking honor. But I can't help but give you these damn facts. And like I was talking about earlier, you are part of a cult. A brainwashed cult that throughout history, tyrants and dictators have controlled mindless fucking zombies like you and like ABC. You know what? ABC sent me a message on my Tyrone Thompson Facebook page. And he said, here's Saturday night show. And I said, why are you sending me this fucking shit? So I clicked on it. I'm not going to lie to you, but I did not sit there for 3 hours and listen to it. But what he was talking about was some fucking, what you call them things? Chakras, and your body is electrical energy and you can control every electron with your body and all of this dumb shit. See, somebody with a mindset like that can be easily manipulated. Because throughout that person's life, he's been programmed and indoctrinated to believe what the system pushed to him. And he's been unable to come from under all of that programming and get his head above the water and breathe. So every time a authority figure, it don't matter if it's the president, if it's politics, if it's religion, if it's a social leader, an authority figure gives him directions, he's going to follow those directions, just like Sarge. Sarge is unable to back up and look at the complete system, including the authority figures, and say, okay, well, this is wrong. No, he's got to wait for shit to roll downhill and get directions. Now you can move. That's the way their brain works. That's the way their brain works. And that's why I know that he's in there typing like a little fucking thin blue line bitch in that chat room about black people when we know that police officers murder black people on a daily motherfucking basis. But he's not going to talk about that. He's not going to talk about that. We know that police officers murder black people more than they do any other race in this damn country. We're not going to talk about that. This dude is angry in the chat room right now because these facts that Tyrone is presenting about that thin blue line gang sign that he was a member of is nothing more than an iteration of the modern day fucking KKK. That's all it is. People can say whatever the fuck they want to about the police officer, about they some nice police officers and some, yeah, maybe. But whenever it comes to the point to where you're watching this shit on TV every day, watching this shit in the news every day, seeing this shit on social media every day, and they're only killing motherfucking one rate of people at a higher rate than anybody else, it's time to say something. Fuck supporting the police. Fuck them. I'm not saying they're not needed. I'm not saying that societies can live on their own without some type of law enforcement. I'm just saying the iteration of police that we have in 2023 is a bunch of racist fucking gang members and need to be redid, fired, got rid of all of these fucking KKK members in there. Ooh, Brother Howard, I'll open your line.
Hey, what's up, Tyrone? How you doing, brother?
What's happening, man?
Hey, you in the pocket today, boy. You are on fire and doing your thing, and I just wanted thank you for even opening my line. I appreciate it, brother. I challenge Sarge, ABC, and them dudes you talking about to come on up. Press the *61 and challenge you on anything you say. I don't think they will win. Brother, you on point. Sometimes I can talk shit and say, hey, but tonight, brother, you in the pocket tonight, brother. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, brother. Do your thing.
I thought you wanted to comment. But Sarge in the chat room going crazy as hell. I don't even know what this man is typing. He said the top 30 cities with the highest homicide rate. Brother. Huh?
That was my comment. I'm saying keep doing what you're doing tonight. You killing it. And I'm cool. I'm gonna go on mute, bro.
Okay.
Hey, keep killing.
All right. Well, I had to go get some water. My throat started itching. I might have the Rona. Nah, I'm playing. But yeah, what I was saying is about this entire. I'm just talking about the police organization right now. But this entire institution is somewhat structured around. And how would I open your line in a minute? This entire institution is somewhat structured around the same way that I'm talking about the police in, because whenever these racist white people have got into power, right? And I'll give you another primary example, right? And I'll pull up the goddamn news to show you. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna give you a primary example of what I'm talking about, the structure. These people have got so much in power, right? You know how we go through elections and we have electors in each state, right? I told Sarge that whenever those people sent that fake slate of electors to Washington, D.C. and tried to put them in the National Archives, that those were fake slate of electors and that was election fraud. This dude was on this line arguing with me about no such thing. It didn't happen, right? And that's not true. But guess who's getting sued now? In Georgia. Who has to go to court now in Arizona? Because he's a programmed zombie and a cult following idiot, these people that I told you about years ago when it happened, Sarge, that it was illegal, and you supposed to be the person that is the law expert. Your dumb ass is so blind you didn't even see that what they was doing was illegal. Right? Guess who else is suing? Guess who else is going to court? You remember Sarge came on here and talked about Ray Epps. Right? Look right here. That same guy that Sarge and ABC said was an FBI informant is now suing Tucker Carlson because they lied and you believed the fucking lies. And you're not man enough to come on here and say, okay, Tyrone, you were wrong. I was wrong. You're going to double down on your conspiracy theories that you got programmed with. And this man has said, I'm taking these fuckers to court because they was lying on me. I have never been a part of the FBI. I was a Trump supporter. I voted for Trump twice, is what he said. But because Tucker Carlson and you and others needed a fall guy to explain the dumb shit that y'all did on January the 6th, you chose one of your own and you devoured that motherfucker. You blamed everything on Ray Epps. He's a Trump supporter. He's a Trump supporter. And now he's suing these people. So this just proves what I was saying about how stupid your ass is. I want you to call in and talk about Ray Epps, Sarge, right now. I want you to call in and talk about Ray Epps, this lawsuit that Ray Epps got, because that was one of your damn arguments that Ray Epps was some kind of secret informant. You too, ABC, if you're listening. And look at all these headlines right here. And I'm pretty sure he's not going to sue okay, don't call in because I just seen your comment. You're an idiot. Don't even call in because I just seen he said Ray Epps is being criminally charged by the DOJ for January the 6th. Oh my goodness. I guess your ass ain't look at the screen, nigga. Look at the headlines. Ray Epps brings a lawsuit against Fox News for defamation. Fox News Tucker Carlson, a Ray Epps problem. Ray Epps says he'll be charged. Well, let me read this one. Hold on. Maybe this is what you're talking about. Said he'll be charged for January 6th, further dampening Fox News conspiracy. What does that mean? Ray Epps' conspiracy theory that he was an undercover FBI agent who ginned up the January 6th attack was fueled by in part the fact that he was at the Capitol. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me get down here. No, this is just saying that he's getting ready to sue Fox News again. So why don't you call in and explain to us why your ass is so stupid that you believe the conspiracy theories, that you promoted the conspiracy theories, and you called in here and yelled at this smart country boy about this goddamn Ray Epps conspiracy. The reason that I'm saying this, guys, is because I don't know how to deal with these fuckers. I really don't. And it's frustrating to hear grown ass people be so stupid. It is frustrating to be living on a planet to where on one hand, you're looking at all the police violence out here and them developing a thin blue line and them standing behind this thin blue line and nobody not seeing nothing wrong with it. On the other hand, you're watching politics. Donald Trump break every fucking rule or law or sentence in the goddamn Constitution, steal money from blind motherfuckers and ignorant motherfuckers like Sarge, and go from state to state and gin up this phony slate of elections to try to overthrow the goddamn government with this insurrection, and the country not really holding these people accountable. You know, and in this January 6th shit, they beating up the lowest person on the totem pole, which is the white supremacists. So we know they're wrong. So they locking them up. But what about Marjorie Taylor Greene? What about Matt Gaetz? What about Kevin McCarthy? What about Donald Trump? What about these high-level Republicans that we know was a part of January the 6th? What about Fox News? You locked up the racists, but lock up the people that were spreading the message. Hold them accountable. That's what frustrates me. That's exactly what frustrates me. And you know, and then when you try to talk to somebody like Sarge about it, he just batshit crazy. He just batshit crazy. Don't even know his ass from a hole in the ground no more. And people used to respect that guy. You know, they used to call in here, Sarge, what about this? What about that? What about this? And nobody can respect with the power to indict. What the hell are you talking about? Stupid ass Epps is saying that Carlson is a federal prosecutor. I don't even know what you're talking about. I really don't. I don't know what you're talking about with that one. That's probably another one of your conspiracies that I'm getting ready to try to straighten your ass out on because you're a dumbass. But look, guys, I don't have nothing to say, and for some reason tonight, my damn throat is hurting. So, Howard, I'm going to open your line. Uh-oh, did I open your line? I'm going to open your line and let you talk because I don't know what the hell going on with my throat, but I'm coughing. Jesus Christ. Are you there? Hello? Oh, God. Howard don't even want to talk to me no more. So what else are we going to talk about? I don't know what the hell happened with Brother Polite. They pushed that case back until September. So I don't know what went on with him and what's going on. But I guess if you've got money, you can pay these lawyers to keep pushing your case back and all that kind of stuff. But either way, that's a fucking child molester and rapist. And that's one of those things where people was on social media listening to this guy about ancient Egypt and the black woman is God and all this kind of stuff. And they kind of lost their goddamn mind with this guy, and this guy was a fucking child molester the whole time. There goes somebody. Maybe they'll talk, cause my damn throat hurting. Who is this? Hello.
All right, man. You just challenged me, Negro. Now you shut the fuck up and let me talk.
Go ahead, then.
All right, now look here, man. The reason I yell at your motherfucking ass because you don't seem to have, you got too much earwax in your ears whenever I say something. Earwax automatically grows in your ear, and you don't hear what I actually say. And in being as stupid as you are, you distort what I say. You distort it every single goddamn time. I never said Ray Epps was an undercover agent. I raised the questions as to why it was when he was clearly caught on video importuning people to go into the Capitol, when he was on the FBI's most wanted list, and why it is that he was not arrested until now. They just charged him 2.5 years later with various offenses related to January 6th. I didn't say he was I don't know if he's an FBI agent or not. I said, why is it all of these anomalies occurred with him when they locked up people who were let into the Capitol by uniformed Capitol police officers, and this guy was legally unmolested? That's what I said. But you don't listen because it's not convenient for you to accurately report what I say. It's more convenient for you to distort what I say so you can pat yourself on the back that you got a victory over Sarge, when you don't. Again, the man was charged today with offenses relating to Capitol. They have not yet released the indictment, but they said he has been arrested. He is going to be charged. So Ray Epps is legally now going through the criminal justice system. It's in the news, but you don't pay attention to the news.
So let me ask you this. If what you're saying is true, I
don't know if he's a federal agent or not. Did you hear what I just said? I said it before. I said what I said. These anomalies in his case that did not apply to other people did far less. And he was untouched. Why? And we never got a clear explanation from the Department of Justice. Not once. They didn't say why they removed him from the FBI most wanted. They never publicly announced why they removed him from their most wanted list.
Okay, but what I'm trying to ask you, sir, if what you're saying is true about him being...
Now, you see what I just said? I want to make sure, I would appreciate it if you would read back to me what I just said so we know you at least heard what I said, so you don't distort it in the future.
I want to continue the conversation this way. If what you're saying
okay, you don't want to, go ahead and move on then. I get it. I'm going to keep reminding your ass, though.
If what you're saying is true...
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
If what you're saying is true about him being charged, right?
It's not me. That's what DOJ says.
Okay, but if that is true...
You know what the hell I got to do with it? Tuck Carlson had nothing to do with him getting indicted either. Tuck Carlson gave an opinion and talked the news. He's not a prosecutor. He can't get people indicted. That's what the Department of Justice is for. So they tell me, unless your name is a Biden, then you can't get indicted for shit.
Okay, so we'll talk about Tucker Carlson in a minute. But if what you're saying is true about Epps, doesn't that make everything that you said before about Epps wrong?
Not necessarily. See, this is what I mean about you. See, you accuse me of being a zombie and a follower. You seem to have this blind belief in whatever the government say is legit. Everything they say, according to you, especially if it's against one of your enemies, it's legit. You have no question. You're just a naive little child wandering around waiting for the next edict from the federal government. And if it's against one of your enemies, like Donald Trump or his allies, you swallow it up like a porn star licking up cum. That's one of your analogies. I thought you'd appreciate that one.
But damn.
So look, what I'm trying to tell you is I don't know. I'm going to follow the facts, the evidence, and the law. That's what I always do in every single case. This is just mighty suspicious to me, all of it. Okay, and they might be charging Epps right now because they need a convenient fall guy because of all the pressures that are coming up on this corrupt administration. It could be. I don't know. Okay, you're the one that claims to know everything, and such things are the absolute truth. Oh, they got this, and this proves. According to you, the fact that Donald Trump made some statements about some documents that he supposedly didn't have the power to classify, there was some rustling papers heard on the tape, and according to you, Tyrone Thompson, this is proof that he mishandled classified information. And just today, Mr. Tyrone, I heard the potato head get up there on the air and tell the world that the United States Armed Forces is out of medium caliber artillery ammunition. I saw him with my own two eyes and my own two ears. We're low on ammo because we're giving it all to Ukraine.
Okay,
Talk about a defense secret we don't need to tell the Chinese about, who might very well be invading Taiwan any day now, because medium artillery, like 105 artillery and 155 millimeter artillery, is the very backbone of artillery close support. The backbone. That's what they're low on. That's what they've been giving to Ukraine. They've been depleting our own stocks of artillery for our own troops, and Potato Head went on the air today and told the world. Now, is that mishandling defense information, Tyrone? Do you think it just might be?
Okay, so hold on. You're jumping all over the place now.
Oh, no, you ain't got nothing to say about that. You just going to ignore it, I'll bet.
What? You're jumping all over the place. I wanted to address
you. You're not going directly to shit you say. Directly to the shit. I'm saying what you said. I'm telling you what Potato Head said today. I watched him say it on TV. We're low on artillery because we've been giving it to Ukraine.
Okay, so I was going to go back to when you said that Tucker Carlson is not a prosecutor. Tucker Carlson is not getting sued for being a prosecutor. He's getting sued for defamation. Can you say that? Let me finish. Can you say that Tucker Carlson did not defame Ray Epps?
I didn't hear him defame Ray Epps. I heard him report on the news and give an opinion about what that evidence showed he might be. I didn't hear a defamation. I didn't hear anything about his personal life. I heard about, because I watch Tucker Carlson every single day. So I know what he said about Ray Epps. Mm-hmm. And I don't recall hearing anything defamatory. I heard him raising the same sort of suspicions that I just did about his conduct on January 6th, about the fact that he was on the FBI's most wanted list and then suddenly removed with no explanation as to why. No official explanation whatsoever. And he did things far worse than just parading in the Capitol or being allowed into the Capitol by uniformed police officers who waved him into the building. Mm-hmm. Do you know when I was a police officer, I'd be at a traffic scene to be perfectly functioning stop lights, and stop signs and everything else. And I would tell people on my authority as a police officer, because there's an accident scene there, to disregard the traffic signals, which to do so is normally a traffic violation, because they're relying on me and my authority and my direction. They ignore the traffic signals and follow my waving command. Okay. Come through the red light.
So what?
Now, if it wasn't for me telling them they could come through the red light, guess what? They committed a traffic offense. But no, I'm there directing traffic. Same thing with the Capitol Police. They're there at the building. They're telling people, you come in the building, it's okay. Come on in, we'll open the doors. They let them in there, and then they wander around taking selfies. And these bastards, by the way, using geo-tracking methods, the same sort of geo-tracking methods that they said were not valid in the 2000 Mules case, they use geo-tracking to corral and round up all the people in the Capitol building and charge them with the crime.
That's not true.
It is true. God damn it. I mean, you ain't gonna get away with this shit, nigga. I know it's true. I prove you it's true. You're lying again. You don't want to admit it because you know I got you on 2000 Mules. I got you on January 6th. I got you with all this shit. I never seen anybody who was so frightened of the truth when it reveals what a dumbass he is. They use the exact same geo-tracking technique.
Okay, well.
And you know they did.
Well, they had videotape of the people that was in the Capitol.
Oh, man, but they used a combination of geo-tracking and videotape. Yes, both. Well, and that's what Greg Phelps and Dennis D'Souza did with his movie. He used videotape and geo-tracking.
Okay, so let me say this right.
The same technique.
Let me say this. I'm going to mute you for 1 second so I can get this out because you keep cutting me out. While Sarah saying that they use geo-tracking, whenever these defendants was being charged with their crimes, they've always showed a snapshot image of the person in the Capitol that was captured by the videotape. Not one piece of evidence that was presented against these defendants that has went to jail was geo-tracking data. Not one piece of fucking evidence. But because Sarge seen 2000 Mules and that fake ass goddamn movie and they bought up geo-tracking data, now he's trying to say that they used that fake ass shit to damn charge these defendants. So Sarge, that's just not true. It's not true, Sarge.
All right. Okay. Listen to me. You know, you just said it's not true. Now we need to go and find out if what I'm saying is true or not. Because now you leveled an accusation against me as not true. Geo-tracking was one of the devices they used to determine those people's location in the Capitol. Yes, it was. It was one of the ways they verified that they were there. At least their cell phones were there in the Capitol. That is not true. It is. It is. It is one of the things they use for the search warrant returns, and they put it on the search warrant information, the geo-tracking information they got there. Don't tell me they didn't. Now, if I got to embarrass you and make you look like a dumbass you are, I'm fully prepared to do it.
Now, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not saying that geo data is not.
It's not true that they didn't use it. Stop saying that. They did.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that geo data is not a legitimate thing. I'm not saying that.
They use it for to find January 6th suspects.
But what I am saying is, like, the people that we saw, what we seen as evidence was the videotapes of what they was doing. That's what we seen whenever they was whenever the news came out that they got charged with and convicted. So either way.
Okay, I'm gonna give you right now. I'm gonna give you a link to The Wired, which is a leftist outfit, okay? They're leftist journalists. They don't like Trump. And it's called A Peek Inside the FBI's Unprecedented January 6th Geofence Dragnet. I mean, you can read it and weep or not. I don't care. But I'm going to put the link to it in the chat room so anybody else who wants to see what a liar you are can see for themselves. Because they did.
Okay. I didn't say geo.
I'm pasting it right now. And you go look for yourself. There you go.
Okay.
They're a leftist outfit. They don't like Trump.
I didn't say that geo tracking or geo.
You just did. You listen to yourself.
Oh God, you can't listen to me because you keep
said that's bullshit. They didn't use it. They said that the reason you said that because you realized in your little panic that those are the exact same techniques that Dennis D'Souza and Greg Phelps from True the Vote used to track the mules that illegally harvested all those ballots in Georgia.
I'm not.
And then you didn't want to give them any credit. So rather than say, well, I'll look into that and see, oh, no, you've got to just reject it out of hand.
I'm not going to be able
And that's what you just did.
I'm not going to be
That's
able
what you just did.
I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow because I'm about to scream and lose my voice at this dumb bitch on this phone now. What the hell wrong with you? I'm trying to shut the fuck up.
Just up to me. I got your niggerish ass, nigga. I got you. Just admit it. You'll feel better.
This nigga won't let me say
hey,
two words.
If you next time you need to get your shit out, motherfucker, take a laxative.
This nigga won't let me say 2 words. Okay, I just said.
And by the way, how come this fool in the White House let the world know we're short of artillery ammunition?
Okay,
what kind of president does that?
Motherfucker, I know you got a lot on your mind right now.
Wait a minute, will you answer my question, please?
Because
what kind of president
you ain't shut up
who
yet?
cares about the troops he might order to deploy somewhere wants to let our potential adversaries know we don't have the very backbone of artillery support for the ground troops.
Why don't you talk about
that? Would you mind answering me the question, please?
I haven't been following that news, Sarge. I really have not.
Well, I saw it on the paper. Take my word for it. I got to prove it to your dumb ass again.
You ain't got to prove the shit to me. Why don't you talk about that thin blue line, you dumb son of a bitch?
I can't prove shit to you hard-head bastard. You don't listen.
Do you agree with the thin blue line?
I can't prove nothing to you.
Do you?
You don't want to listen.
Do you agree with the thin blue line?
Okay, you want to talk about something else now? Okay, what are we going to talk about now?
That's all I've been talking about all night.
Because I'm kicking your ass now, so I should have a little mercy, and I'm going to let up on you. Okay, now what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about qualified immunity, okay? Qualified immunity does not give you a license to break the law. Your qualified immunity is negated when you willfully violate someone's constitutional rights. You don't have qualified immunity. That's why police officers are regularly charged with violations of the law when they beat suspects, when they conceal evidence, when they misrepresent things on search warrants and the like. They don't have qualified immunity anymore. It's taken away from them. So I don't know what you're talking about. They don't have qualified immunity when they commit crimes in the pursuit of that qualified immunity. Now, that's my answer to it. I mean, what do you want me to say? They should have immunity? Of course not. Good Lord.
Okay, listen. A lot of police officers get away with crimes because it was in the course of their... Okay, well, I heard what you said, and I gave you a chance to finish it completely, right? Huh?
Okay, yes, you did. Thank you. Yes,
so a lot of police officers get away with crimes and violating rights because it's in the course of their duty. And
some do.
A lot of them do, and that's how they get away with qualified immunity. Because if they commit a crime or they break somebody's civil rights in the course of their duty, 9 times out of 10, qualified immunity is gonna say, you can't hold this cop responsible. So that's how they.
Well, wait a minute now.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. I heard you, but let me finish so people can get my point of view. And whenever they violate someone's rights in the course of their duty, qualified immunity gets them off, and that is how they violate your rights, Sarge. You can go ahead.
Okay. Again. The violation of the rights has got to be shown as willful, okay? Because a cop shoots someone in error, and it's not willful. They just screwed up and made an accident. They accidentally shot someone because they thought the toy gun they had was real. That's not a willful violation of their constitutional rights. It has to be willful. I know what I'm going to do is a violation of your rights, and I'm going to do it anyway. That would negate qualified immunity. Jeez, of course, I don't know anything about the law, though. I mean, I don't know. 23, I don't know nothing.
Well, you don't, because I think their use of force.
You know everything, though.
Well, I'm trying to. I don't know it like secondhand, but whenever their use of force policies kick in and all that kind of stuff, that is actually violating somebody's right. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me say this right here. I'm gonna give you an example, and you.
All right, Tyrone, you mentioned George
I'm going to give you an example.
Zimmerman
I'm going to give you an example. So listen to what I'm saying. Whenever the use of force policies kick in, right? Let's say you got an innocent man, innocent Tyrone is standing on the street, right? And I'm standing near a vicinity where a crime has happened. But because I'm in that vicinity, I didn't commit no crime. But somebody matching my description and looking like me, my height, might even have on the same shirt. Cop rushes up. I'm innocent. They grab me, throw me on the ground, and handcuff me, right? Before they ask any questions. They violated my fucking civil rights. And they will be able to get away with it because they have qualified immunity. I will not be able to hold those cops accountable because there was something else going on in the damn area. Now, Sarge, you tell me if I'm lying or not when I gave you that scenario.
All right, listen to me. I'm going based on the information you just provided me. I'm assuming you actually heard yourself when you said what you said. This is what I'm going to assume, because I'm going to go by the information you just provided me to deal with the scenario you just provided me. You just said the person fits the description, has the same clothing. Now, the only thing I might hold the officers liable for is for them telling you, hold on, you're under arrest, submit to our arresting you. Now, if you say, I ain't did nothing, man, I ain't doing nothing, what you bothering me for? Hey, and you try to resist them and leave, then yeah, they can throw you on the ground and hold you because they have probable cause to do so. You just
I'm glad you said that. So that interaction that you just gave most likely won't happen about, hold on, man, wait till we find this out. The interaction that most likely to happen is they'll show up at that location and they'll say, hey, get on the ground, get on the ground. And me being confused, I'll be saying, get on the ground for what? And at that point, they'll start saying you're resisting. Now, Sergeant, am I wrong or not? Go ahead.
Listen to me again. I know this hurts and you don't want to hear it. But I'm telling you like a TI motherfucking is, whether you like it or not. When the police officers have probable cause to arrest you, and based on your hypothetical, you gave me the probable cause. Right. Proximity, time, and description. That is probable cause. That is not proof. You understand this phrase, probable cause, does not translate into proof.
Okay, so hold on.
Wait a minute now.
Go ahead.
It only means those set of circumstances that would lead one to believe that a person or a suspect probably is the one guilty of some sort of offense, a felony.
Okay, so hold on.
A felony.
Okay, so you're saying that they got probable cause, right? So their probable cause. Listen.
I'm saying it.
Right. Their probable cause allows them to violate an innocent person's Wait a minute. Because I'm agreeing with you, nigga. Shut up. You just said if they got probable cause, it allows them to violate an innocent person's civil rights. And if I try to say something about it, their excuse is that they got probable cause, which they could get away with. So you're saying the same thing I'm saying, Sarge. Now, come on, man.
I am not saying the same thing, and this is why I am not saying the same thing. If they have probable cause to arrest you, and for any reason you resist that arrest, they are not violating your probable cause by using force to arrest you.
But I'm innocent.
You understand?
But I'm innocent.
They are not violating your rights if they have probable cause to arrest you.
They don't have probable
Even
cause.
if you're innocent.
Listen.
Even if you're innocent.
Okay, you understand what you're saying right now.
Yes, I understand what I'm saying. I live this life.
You said even if you're innocent. Meaning.
Yes, even if you're innocent. Probable cause does not mean proof.
Oh, golly. Jesus Christ. So
you're the guy, man. Where do you go to constitutional law school?
I didn't.
Where?
I didn't. The only thing I was saying
probable cause is not negated by the fact that someone is innocent.
Hold on. Let me say this right here.
All the police officers need is a probable cause justification to arrest you.
Okay,
now,
so
that's why we have a court system to determine your innocence or your guilt.
Okay, so you're but listen, I'm gonna mute you for one more second.
Come on, man, why can't you understand a simple concept?
Because you keep cutting me off. Listen, you just said that probable cause even if you're innocent, meaning an innocent person.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
Will you listen to what I say so you get it right?
Okay, go ahead.
Let me tell you again what I said. Probable cause exists. And if a police officer has probable cause to arrest you, you do not have a right to resist that arrest, even if you are innocent. Man.
Okay, so okay.
Do you understand, Tyrone? When I got arrested here in Georgia not too long ago,
okay, don't go into all that because I want. Hold on. Wait, I want to go into what you just said. So listen to what he's saying, and what I'm saying is that police have qualified immunity and they can get away with violating your fucking rights. He said because they have probable cause, an innocent bystander can get arrested and handcuffs because they're in the vicinity and have their rights violated because of probable cause. And that's all the fuck I am saying, is that it should not be that way in this goddamn country. Our police officers should at least investigate, get some clarity, and then execute whatever they need to execute. They shouldn't victimize an innocent person because of fucking probable cause. That doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. If you walk up on a scene and that person looks suspicious, you probably need to investigate and find out if that's the suspect or not, instead of immediately rushing up on the scene and murdering somebody like Tamir Rice. That is stupid, Sarge. Tamir Rice's rights was fucking violated when they 2 seconds riding up on the goddamn scene. Now you can't tell me that boy's rights wasn't violated. He's dead now. Get the fuck out of here, Sarge. I know it hurts.
Tyrone,
I know it hurts.
Okay, all right, Tyrone. No, I'm going to respond to what you just said. You just said you could be arrested for being in the vicinity and you didn't commit a crime. That's what you just got through saying. You cannot be arrested for just being in the vicinity of a crime. You can be arrested for being in the vicinity of a crime and fitting the other parameters of the suspect associated with committing the crime. You cannot be arrested merely for being in the vicinity. Do you understand? I didn't say that. This is why I got to keep trying to painfully explain everything I say. Every word I say when it comes to a legal concept is essential to understanding the legal concept. There are no superfluous words that I use. Every word is relevant to describing the rights and the obligations of the police officers in enforcing that law.
Sorry.
Every single syllable is important. So let me say it again. You cannot be arrested for merely being in the vicinity of a crime. If you're a 3-year-old toddler and you're in the vicinity of a crime that's just committed, you're 3 feet 2, and the description is of a male, 7.5 feet tall, weighing about 285
That ain't the scenario
pounds,
I gave you. That is
then
not the
you're
scenario.
not going to fit the parameters of the suspect.
That is not the scenario I
Even
gave
though
you.
both of you are in the same vicinity.
That is not the
But if
scenario
you
I gave you.
are, then you can be arrested on probable cause, even if you're innocent.
That is not the scenario I gave you.
That's the scenario I'm giving you.
Okay, hold on for a second.
You can be innocent and be arrested on probable cause, just like I was.
Okay, so hold on. He said he said you could be innocent and be arrested on probable cause, right? And you can be. But if you're not guilty of a crime, you are having your rights violated, because an arrest is to seize someone, apprehend someone, put them in goddamn handcuffs, taking away your right to move fucking freely in this goddamn country. That's what an arrest is, Sarge. When you put somebody in handcuffs and arrest them, you're taking away their fucking rights. You're not supposed to be able to just take somebody.
Okay, finally we have agreement. Now, this is the first time in our entire discussion. Now we have something on which we fully agree. You are having your rights to travel freely and without restriction entirely abrogated when you are arrested and placed in handcuffs and taken away to a custodial location. There's arrested on probable cause, the cops are unconstitutionally depriving you of your liberty, and that is not true.
Now we back at square one. So I don't know what to say to you. All right, well, look, hold on for a second, Coach.
I did say you agree. Because nothing I said was wrong.
Okay.
I've done it. I have arrested innocent people on warrants. Then they got a warrant out on them. Look, I had nothing to do with the arrest initially or issuing the warrant or anything. I've become aware of a warrant based on what the dispatcher tells me, based upon my being shown it, because we're involved in an operation to try to apprehend this individual or whatever. And the person later turns out to be found not guilty.
Okay, but
I have arrested innocent people.
Okay,
but I didn't do it unconstitutionally, and I didn't illegally deprive. The warrant said they were wanted. A warrant was issued either by a prosecutor, by a judge, or after indictment from a grand jury.
Okay,
like with Donald Trump, remember?
Okay, so hold on. Even though Sarge said he arrested innocent people, there was nothing that those innocent people could do to retaliate from him to him because there was probable cause and qualified immunity, and he just told you that he violated someone's civil rights because they was innocent. So Sarge, you're saying the same shit that I'm saying.
Again, you are using words I did not use and I would not use, and I do not agree with the latter part of your statement. I did not violate anyone's civil rights by arresting them on a warrant, an arrest warrant issued by a legitimate court.
Were they innocent or not?
There's no way I could ever violate me as an individual. There's no way I could violate their rights by arresting them. I cannot be held accountable for conforming with a legitimately issued warrant.
Were they innocent?
There's no way. It is not possible to charge an officer with a violation like that. You can maybe charge the prosecutor if the judge knowingly issued an invalid warrant. The judge could be charged. Anybody contributing false information that led to the issuance of that warrant could be charged, but not the officer serving the warrant at the point of arrest. No.
Sorry, listen. Hold on.
I don't know why you have trouble understanding legal concepts.
I'm gonna say this because I got other people trying to chime in. But hold on, I'm gonna say this right here, and Sarge, I'm gonna put you on mute. Listen, guys, we got a state like New York that has bought back stop and frisk, right? Stop and frisk. You know, they kind of like Terry stops or whatever the fuck, but they stop people because they might think they might be carrying weapons or drugs or what, and they frisk people, right? You can't tell me in a state like New York that innocent people has not got put in handcuffs, right? And once they put them in handcuffs, they're violating their rights. And those same people that I'm talking about that's got put in handcuffs, there's nothing that they can do to retaliate to those police officers because they're protected up under this suspicion, this probable cause, this qualified immunity. So the police officers are running around here taking away people's rights, and the people ain't able to fucking retaliate against them because of the position of the police officers and the protection that they have, Sarge. That is a goddamn fact. We know that. I know endless cases where I have been put in handcuffs for no goddamn reason before. For no fucking reason. So what you're doing, I understand what you're doing. You're trying to justify their actions, right? And I get it because you were one of them. You are one of them. But Sarge, listen, there's a whole lot of innocent people that do not agree with what you're saying right now. Now, Elisa, I got your line open, but I'm going to let Sarge respond. And then Sarge, let Elisa go after you finish responding. Go ahead, Sarge.
All right. Well, I won't be long because it's not necessary to be long. Okay. So you may not like common law jurisprudence, and common law is nothing more than the accumulated information provided by verdicts at courts. That's what common law is. The common law history is all the court's findings on particular action subjects, legal findings and motions and all that other stuff. That's what common law is. And the common law jurisprudence of the United States says that every police officer in their jurisdiction has the right to make arrests for felonies on probable cause. Every single finding ever in the history of the United States jurisprudence has said so. So if I make an arrest on legitimate probable cause, I have not violated anyone's constitutional rights, even if they are innocent, as I was when I got arrested here in Georgia. I didn't commit a crime, but I got arrested. But the cop thought he had probable cause. That's it.
Okay, so no. I'm sorry. I know I said I was gonna let Elisa go, but listen, my rights don't end because you make a judgment. Do you understand that? Just because you make a judgment call doesn't mean I end my fucking rights. So yes, you have taken away somebody's fucking rights just because you think that you got probable cause. Because a police officer think that he got probable cause, he's telling us because this officer with a badge and a gun said that he got probable cause, you just lost your rights based off of that person's thinking. And that's bullshit. I know it hurts, but Elisa, welcome to the show.
Tyrone, you didn't lose your rights. You didn't lose your rights, Tyrone. You have the right to attorney. You have the right to defense. You have the right to make motions, as I did. The only right you lost was your right of movement until and if you are granted bail. That is the only right you have lost.
Okay, hold on.
Any of the others.
Well, no, Maze, I got you, but I was gonna let Elisa go.
Okay, I have one question because I'm gonna leave. For Sarge.
Go ahead.
He was worried about bullets, but he's not worried about what Tuckerville is doing to stop people from promoting in the military and for the people to do their job. Which is more safer? Somebody that
I agree with him. I'm not at all.
I know you agree with him because you're just as stupid as he is.
I agree with him. And you're as dumb as he is for wanting to promote the people when his bastard doing what he's doing with the defense project.
One more thing. If I was to the enemy, I didn't have no bullets either.
I agree with you. Damn right I do.
But I know you agree with the dummy.
Hey, the Senate has to confirm all of these promotions, and if the Senate don't want to confirm, they don't want to confirm. That's it.
He don't want to confirm the man because he don't want to confirm the man because of who he is.
Let him do what they want to do then.
Let them do what they want to do. He's going to be pushed out the way eventually.
Well, he's only one senator.
They don't even have nobody to run it. So would you rather
only one senator. He's only one senator.
That's right. That's why he's just as dumb as some other people.
All right, so if he stops, that's just the way it goes.
You rather worry about a bullet.
So will you.
You rather worry about a bullet than somebody running something,
Again, right? Yeah, I'd rather worry about bullets than about some fucking flunky getting promoted. You're damn right.
I know you don't care about him getting promoted.
I'm more worried about artillery ammunition than about some fucking flunky that Joe Biden puts up there.
Why don't you want him to get promoted? Why don't you want him to get promoted? Why don't you want him to get promoted?
I don't care if he gets promoted. I care
why you don't.
The artillery ammunition that the troops need.
We know why you don't want him to get promoted since you came in here with
you don't know anything. And you damn sure don't know about me until I tell you. You don't know about me until I tell you.
In a few days, the truth gonna come out while you're holding it up.
You don't know a thing.
You don't know anything.
So again, as someone who actually called in artillery, and I know how important it can be, I'm concerned about artillery ammunition.
You gotta bring it back to the middle.
I am.
Okay, it's too much confusion. Okay, it's too much. Okay, guys.
So you rather have somebody to lead than some bullets somewhere out there. So you rather have some bullets. So have a good one. But anyway, we're talking to you because you think like he does.
You're damn right I am.
We know it.
Because that bullshit ain't going to be there when I need to call in close support from artillery. He won't be there.
Okay, Sarge, we got you. We heard your response.
Idiot, tell this idiot that. You ought to know something about it.
You can stop out screaming. But when it's just like when you mention the crime. When you mention the crime
when you're pinned down by a machine gun and you need artillery, what the hell
nobody tell you what to do with it, so what?
All right. Okay, so Sarge and Maze, I'm gonna mute y'all because y'all going back and forth. But Sarge, I actually agree with Maze. You came on here talking about a military decision by the president, and Maze brought up an excellent point about Tommy Tuberville, who's holding up these promotions of these generals and all of these people in the military. If you really care about the military, you'll care about the leadership, Sarge, and not what President Biden said or whoever you were talking about some goddamn bullets. And you're being disingenuous if you're not even taking that into consideration. But honestly, you are taking it into consideration because you said that you agree with Tuberville. You not based on anything military. Is Tuberville holding these people up? It's based off of his religious beliefs that people should not get abortions, and that shouldn't have shit to do with military. So Sarge, you're full of shit, and you're going to be discounted because you don't even give a shit about what your comment is because Mays just proved you wrong, Sarge. That's a fact.
Tyrone, she presented an either or choice to me. Did you not hear what the woman said? She gave me an either-or choice. Oh, which are you more concerned about? That was the way she put it to me. Are you more concerned about the lack of artillery ammunition? Are you more concerned about the promotions that some fucking idiot Joe Biden puts up there for promotion? I got news for you. I know which one I'm more concerned about. Now, if you want to ask me, and do I think people that ought to be promoted, yes, I do.
He's promoted.
But if you're going to give me an either-or choice, believe me, with this motherfucker trying to get us in a war with Red China and Russia, I'm more concerned right now about the goddamn ammunition.
Go to bed with all that screaming. But as I said,
well, you won't shut the fuck up. That's right.
I know you want me to.
You won't shut the fuck up. You don't know anything.
Okay. Listen, we need to calm down for
I'm
a
gonna
second.
let Lisa come in, Tyrone, because I'm leaving.
I'm talking about some promotion. And we got to go to war in a couple of months, and we ain't got no artillery ammunition.
Tyrone, you know what he said. You have
Jesus
to listen
Christ.
You have to listen to
nuts.
It's somebody Joe Biden is choosing to.
And you ought to know better, Tyrone.
Two people, and he's mad with them because of the two people that he chose. It had nothing to do with
what I mean, man. She just babbles endlessly. She don't know a goddamn thing about what you're talking about.
Conscience is talking to you. Use it.
Okay, hold on for a minute. And I know what's here. Hold on, let me say this right here. Guys, look at the screen. 650 military promotions is being threatened by Senator Tuberville. And that's a lot of people for a lot of places. That's a lot of families that's not getting they're changing duty stations. That's a lot of promotion that's not going on. This one senator is holding up the promotions of all of these people because of his religious views. And Sarge was worried about what the president said because of politics. But if he really cared about the military, then he would actually be talking about what Tommy Tuberville is doing. Okay, so hold on. Let me let Elisa get it. Wait. Hold on. Let me let Elisa get in there.
What about the Hyde Amendment, Tyrone? What about the Hyde Amendment?
Hold on.
The Hyde Amendment, Tyrone, is that now negated?
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, Elisa.
So you don't want to answer my question.
Because I'm trying to invite
the
Elisa
Hyde Amendment exists. You are not allowed to use federal funds to pay for abortion with the armed forces. The Hyde Amendment, look it up.
He don't like the two people that
look up the Hyde Amendment, Tyrone.
That's what it is. Don't tell the truth.
Look up the Hyde Amendment.
Stop being an honorary and tell the truth.
Stop talking this fool and look up the Hyde Amendment.
Stop being an honorary and tell the truth. Just like when it comes to
Jesus Christ, the Hyde Amendment says you can't use federal funds
we
to
heard
pay
you
for
enough
this.
tonight trying to change the subject.
The expenditure for any abortion of funds authorized or appropriated by federal law or funds in any trust fund to which funds are authorized or appropriated by federal law. Prohibits the use of federal funds for any health benefits coverage. That includes abortion. That's the Hyde Amendment.
See, Tyrone, you know what his problem is?
This fool doesn't know anything, and she wants you to stay ignorant on the radio.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to...
In other words, Biden is trying to violate the law again.
Let me tell you, Tyrone, those two black men that he chose for the position, Sarge don't like it. He don't like nothing when a black man gets promoted.
You're damn right. I don't like him. You're right.
I told you, Ted,
you're right. I don't like them.
So what I thought.
You're right. I don't like them.
It's not
you're right.
Those men
I don't like them at all.
So now I got to go. That's all I want you to do.
Especially David Brown, who's up for chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Especially him.
Yes, I know you don't. What did you know about that man? He did what he needed to do since you was a
because I read his memo. I read his memorandum.
And then you just
about racial quotas in the officer corps.
No, you
what he wrote about the racial quota in the officer corps. That's why I don't like it.
You listened to the hearing yesterday.
He wants a racial quota
about the same person that just like Tuberville. So that's the problem. It's not the whole up.
He wants a racial quota for the officer corps.
No, he did not. No, he does not.
Yes, he does. He wrote a memorandum.
Okay, listen. Okay,
Can I tell you what he's mad about? Because he said that was...
She's so stupid and so ignorant. She doesn't care what the truth is.
Well, neither one of y'all listens to me. Y'all got to be quiet for 1 second. Miss Elisa, welcome to the show. Jesus Christ. Them two just be going at it. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm doing okay. Hi, Sarge. Hi, Maeve. Tyrone, you said you have a sore throat. Are you getting sick?
Well, yeah. As a matter of fact, when I was just talking tonight, my throat, the back of my throat started itching, and I had to calm down a little bit because I be yelling.
Oh, take a COVID. You have COVID test in the house. Take one. Make sure you don't have COVID, because that's a
Oh, that
symptom.
is one of the signs, ain't it? I better take me a COVID test, huh?
Yeah, take a COVID test just in case it's that you get some over the counter something, and you know pamper yourself up till they go away. Cause just so check that,
Okay.
because I know that's how when it started around here, like my over at my mom's house, but she had her started off as a sore throat. Didn't last long, but a couple of people I know started off as that. So take that, make sure it's not that, and then it could just be anything. It could be the weather, could be allergies or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
But I would start with that.
Oh yeah, I'll do
I
that.
would start.
Oh, well,
Yeah. That Tommy was a Tommy Tupper. I haven't really been following that, but I'm glad that May brought that up because I had meant to get into that to see exactly what that was all about. And just listening to them going back and forth, I picked up a little bit, but I was going to get into that. So
can I explain it before I leave?
Yeah, go ahead, because I'm curious.
Well, since Sergeant was trying to keep me from doing it, Tommy Tuckerville, they had a hearing yesterday, and then you have some dumb Republican going to come out with him saying there's too many white officers. So Sergeant's mad about that part. And so he was saying that 13% of the black community is 13% of the Hispanic, and he named all of the, percentage. And he said that's where the military should look when it come up to the officers. So the man was talking about a letter that he wrote. So Sergeant's all hot. Anytime some black man do something, he gets mad with the black man, and he earned every rank that he got and what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Just because one Republican came out and said, all you got to do is look at the hearing that they had yesterday. And he's trying to say he read something. He ain't read nothing. That's why he's trying to keep me from talking. So that's what's wrong with him, and that's what's wrong with Tuckerville.
Because isn't that one of the reasons why they decided, like with affirmative action, as it relates to college, as it relates to higher education, as it relates to higher education, as it relates to college. I'm sure everybody heard that. One of the reasons why they didn't, they left it as is with the military academies, because Tyrone, some of what you were saying last week, that is because they want, that will help them to have more of a diversity. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
that's what it is.
Yeah. So
diversity.
So what is the problem with why you would have a problem with this? I forget what his name is. He's going to be with the head of the Joint Chiefs.
Yes.
Yeah, the head of the Joint Chiefs. That's how he feels.
Yep.
Isn't that part of the reason why they left affirmative action with the military academies for that very same reason? So why would there be a problem? I don't understand that.
I told you the problem with Sergeant because the man said that he said there was too many white officers and not enough representation of the other people. And that's Sergeant's problem. He told it. I was trying to get it out of him, but then he finally went and did it. That's why he was screaming.
Okay. Well, we were just talking about this last week. As it relates to affirmative action. Higher education, why they left it the status quo with the military academies. Okay, so that seems like a good deal. Because you was talking about this last week.
And then they were talking about
black.
Yeah, yes, that's it.
Black officer.
Yeah, two of them.
In agreement with that. Why is that a problem?
Because they're trying. He said appointees that Biden did that he don't like. He don't like the appointees that he put up there. So I don't know what's wrong with him, but he need to get rid of that Tuckerville problem. And that's what his problem is, too. He don't want that to happen, but he use something else for an excuse. It'll come out slowly.
Yeah, it'll come out. Well, Tyrone, did you leave? Where are you?
Say again now.
Okay, so I go. I had to find something to talk about except the past. That stuff, he was a sorry cop. That's why he didn't get no promotion. He don't like people that get promotion. Okay, y'all have a good one.
All right, Mace.
All right, Mace.
What'd you say, Lisa?
No, I was just asking because we was just talking about y'all. They hit upon it a little bit, but they're saying with Tommy Tuberville, and he wants more exclusivity as far as the officers and things. We were just talking about this last week as far as it relates to affirmative action with these military academies. So I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, Sarge came on here talking about something about some weapons. Sarge, what were you saying about those weapons? Well, anyway, he was saying something about some weapons, and Mays came on here and said if you're concerned about bullets, then you should be concerned about Tuberville. and that's when he lost his shit, I guess.
You mean what your commander-in-chief said yesterday?
Yeah, what did you say about that?
Let me tell you what your commander-in-chief said yesterday. The reason we have to send cluster bomb munitions to Ukraine, which 104 nations around the world, including Jen Psaki, his press secretary, said that if the Russians use cluster bomb munitions, that would be a war crime. That's what Jen Psaki said in 2021. Now, Joe Biden just said the reason we have to send cluster bomb munitions to Ukraine is because we are running low on what we have been sending them, medium howitzer artillery shells, namely 105 and 155 millimeter. That is the backbone of medium howitzer artillery support. And that's what we've been sending in enormous quantities to Ukraine. It's caused our own stocks of ready munitions to be depleted. And he said this out loud to the world.
Okay,
so he said what now? I didn't hear. He said what about the depletion? Say it again.
He said that the reason the United States had to send cluster bomb munitions, which remember, let me remind you again, Jen Psaki in 2021 in a press conference when asked, well, how would the United States regard if the Russians use cluster bomb munitions in Ukraine? Her response at that time was that that could be considered a war crime. Flash forward to today. Joe Biden says the reason we now have to send cluster bombs for the Ukrainians to use on the Russians is because we are running short on the 155 millimeter and 105 millimeter artillery that we have been sending to Ukraine in enormous quantities.
Oh, okay. Well,
they're talking about mishandling defense information. You're going to impeach this bastard right now.
Well, that to me, what that sounds like to me, it's not saying that they are necessary. They don't want to get low on their supplies, so they're not sending them anymore.
Wait a minute. Because what's more important, Ukraine having artillery or us? Which is more important? The United States to have enough artillery with the possibility of impending conflict with Red China and maybe Russia. Is it more important that our stocks be full or Ukraine's? Which one?
Ours. That's why they're not sending to Ukraine.
Okay,
anymore.
so then why do you give so much to Ukraine without getting resupplied? Why are we in a disastrous state? Isn't it President's responsibility to take care of the armed forces of the United States first?
Well, did he say that he said that the supplies are running? Let me ask you, did he say that our supplies are the supplies are low, so we don't have any to share? But I don't think that necessarily.
No, that's not what he said. No, that isn't.
Okay, sorry.
What he said. The reason we are low is because we're sending so much to Ukraine.
Okay, so
now that we got to take up the slack by giving them cluster bombs, which his press secretary said the use of would be considered a war crime.
All right, so let me check this line right quick, y'all. Who's this unknown caller? Who's this unknown caller?
East Coast.
Okay, East Coast. Hold on for 1 second. Sarge, like I said, this is the first time I'm hearing about this on the show tonight about you saying Joe Biden saying what he said, right? About Joe Biden saying what he said. But where I got it from, and I Googled it, is on the New York Post. And what the New York Post is trying to do, Elisa, is highlight that the commander-in-chief actually made a statement that he should not be making about our status of the military. We should not know as civilians our munition strength in this country. So number one, Joe Biden shouldn't said that. What Sarge is trying to do is capitalize on it and say, okay, so since okay, so hold on. What Sarge is trying to do is capitalize on it and say, since the president said that we're short, we shouldn't be sending so much stuff to Ukraine. He's turning it into this fucking talking point. But what Mays did perfectly is remind Sarge, if you really care about the military, then you should be worried about what Tuberville is doing. So Sarge don't really care about the military. So
okay, so the Hyde, he's supposed to forget about the Hyde Amendment.
Okay, so let me let East Coast. What's up, East Coast?
You don't respond to that part, will you?
Okay, East Coast, what's happening, man?
Hey.
I see how you went by it. You went completely by the fact that the Hyde Amendment is wrong.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Here's what I mean about you. You are non-responsive to the things that you don't have an adequate response for.
Okay. So we're going to go to
You
East
finished,
Coast.
Sarge? All right. I remember Sarge saying he didn't appreciate the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, a retired 4-star Army, when he became the defense chief. Now we have the soon to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff,
Charles Brown.
man. Can I speak?
If you say his name. Say his name. Say his name now.
Mute him, Tyrone. So I don't.
Sorry, don't cut him off now, Sorry. Let him get it out. Go
I
ahead.
didn't cut him off. I just said he didn't seem to know his name.
When you talk with somebody else talk, that's cutting people off. So let him finish.
I know, but I was trying to help him out. He didn't seem to know his
Nobody needs no help. Nobody needs no help.
I mean, you ought to know his name if you're going to know anything about him, right?
Okay, Sarge, please,
Sarge, please. He's a 4-star Air Force general who served over in the Pacific. He was I think they call it PACCOM or chief of the Pacific. So one reason they're bringing, and they switch them up all the time. So General Milley was an Army guy. Now they figure they're going to put a Air Force guy who had, because please, Sarge, over in that region of the world, he's had command. We're talking about leadership. So with Taiwan and all the relationships that he formed when he was over there in the Pacific, he's the right man for the job. Now, what happened at the Congress, when he had to testify, they jumped all over him. You're going to reduce white officers. And basically, just like Alicia said, when they had the carve out, they said, leave the academies alone. They want the military to look just like the citizens that represent America. And that's why, and so he's the right man for the job. And when we come to these munitions, of course, you got NATO. Don't NATO have those rounds, too? So they're supposed to be interchangeable. It's just stockpiles. And when it comes down to the clusters, everything's political. Yeah, and America has had a policy of changing the rules, and they've changed the rules because with these clusters, they're seeing that the Ukrainians have the heads up, and with what we have in Congress now, if they withdraw the funds and cut it back, there's going to be problems for the Ukrainians. So now they're allowed to use these clusters to bring this war to an end. That's East Coast.
But East Coast Sarge's argument is Jen Psaki made the argument that the cluster bombs was not allowed, according to them, when Jen Psaki was the press secretary. But now they're being allowed because Biden had a gaffe and said that we're low on munitions.
Well, that's what they say. Don't we fake? Don't we have a lot of deep fakes? You don't want your enemy. You can tell them one thing and have another.
He's playing deep chess.
You can tell the CIA spies. They do it all.
You believe anything?
You say what you have, and it's not the truth. It's just like I got this weapon. True. You don't know somebody else has this weapon. So maybe we're going down lower on the weapons, but that's not to say we don't have enough. So anyway, and that was Fox News. You were right, Tyrone, and the New York Post. They're the ones who are reporting. So they're just leaning that way. But Sarge, you do have a problem with those two black men at the top.
Okay.
Do you think they're not qualified?
Okay.
The Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin,
let me get it straight now.
You have a problem with General Brown being the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? You think they're not qualified for those positions?
Okay. Let me one thing at a time.
That's all I have to say,
Joe Biden is playing 3D chess? Do you? Is that what you think?
The United States does that all the time. 3D chess.
Okay, all right. I'll tell you do. I want to know what you do. All right, that's good. You think he is fine? Fine. Okay, let's go on to the next thing.
I don't think because we can make more ammo.
Wait a minute.
When we use ammo, we make more ammo.
Hey, East Coast. Sarge does not think using cluster bombs
And
on
I
enemy
read those
targets
same articles you
is
read,
a
Sarge.
war crime. Sarge does not think that. You hear
Well,
me?
that's okay. That's
Sarge
okay.
doesn't think that.
Well, that's
but
fine.
the
But-
Biden administration just a couple of years ago thought it was.
Sarge, they're politicians, Sarge. They're politicians.
Okay.
So
You can't believe nothing they say. I get it. Now,
Okay.
let me go on. Let me go on to the next thing. Because I don't believe that using cluster bombs against enemy troops is a war crime. I don't believe it.
Mhm.
I ain't got a problem with using cluster bombs on enemy targets. None whatsoever. If it does the job, it does the job. Fine with
They're
me.
against cluster
But the
bombs
point of the
on
matter
civilians,
is
Sarge.
that they
That's
do.
what they're
Wait
talking
a
about,
minute.
using cluster bombs.
Let me finish.
That's
Let me
what they're
finish.
talking
I'll be
about,
real
cluster
quick.
bombs.
I'll
Let
be
me
real
clarify
quick.
what I'm saying with cluster bombs. They're talking about cluster bombs, using them on civilians. And then they lay
Yeah,
around.
because they don't have no more 155 artillery
So
sent
that's
to
what
them.
you say. So your interpretation is a little bit different than mine. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. They don't
They're
have
trying
any
to
more
bring this war to an
155.
end.
They didn't
They
want
have
to
an
give them the
offensive
cluster
going on.
bombs.
The
They didn't want to
Ukrainians
give them the
have an
cluster bombs.
offensive,
I guess they thought they would have won the
using
war
that.
by now.
Well, I'm just saying. Didn't we use the atom bomb
Okay, again,
in the Second
now
World
we're going
War?
to something
Didn't we
used
use
one
the
time
atom bomb?
in
Could
warfare
we have won
since it
the
was
war
invented.
without the atom bomb? Sorry.
Atom bombs
Answer
have
that
only
question.
been used one time in
I'm
combat
saying,
since
could
they
we
were
have
invented.
won the Second World War in the Pacific without the atom bomb?
Yes, we would
Answer
have
that
won it,
question.
but it would have been a lot bloodier.
Thank you.
Yes, we would have won it.
Thank
But
you.
we would have had probably up to a million casualties in the process of subduing Japan.
It's the same comparison, Sarge. It's
We would have won it, yes, but it would have been a lot bloodier.
Maybe not the number of people being killed. All right.
We would have won it
Tyrone,
without the atom
I'm gonna
bomb.
give the show back to Alicia, but I just needed to
All right,
make
we would have won it without the atom bomb. It would have been
Alicia, you can
bloodier,
take
though.
the
There
show
a lot
back.
more,
I
a lot
made
more
the point.
dead Americans and Japanese.
Thank you.
Well, Miss Alicia.
No, that's all I want. It's just, I got my answers. That's all. But I do agree with who was that East Coast that whatever they say that don't mean just because Biden said that we really don't know what the real deal is on what they got, how much they got, whatever that they have. But Sarge, it just seems like you're riding on that they're low. Maybe they're just low to the point they don't have enough to give them anymore. Whatever it is, it is what it is.
Well, all that is President Biden should not probably have said that. And since he said it, they're jumping all over it. Like, we
are. We should be.
He's letting out military secrets and he's too old and all this kind of crap.
Yes, we are. We should be saying something about that. If it was Trump, you'd be all over it, and you know it.
And you all wouldn't be. That's the thing.
And I would say the same thing if Trump said it. If Trump said it, I would have said, Mr. President, you should keep your mouth shut about something like that.
Oh, you would say that, Sarge? You telling a damn
Yeah,
lie.
I would. You're damn right I would. Especially if I was an infantry who might need that artillery. You're damn right I would. I've been there, done that, Tyrone.
So why you didn't say nothing when Trump was sharing military secrets with the Russians then, if that's what you would have said?
Because there's no evidence he shared military secrets with the Russians.
What the fuck?
That's why. You made it up.
Well, I kind of did. But,
yeah, you kind of did.
But, yeah, I mean, Biden shouldn't have said that. But, I'm not going to go down your talking points and actually, jump all over it because it's like East Coast said, that could have been strategic. We don't know, but I don't think it should.
I don't think so. I think it slipped out of his adult senile brain. He's getting worse by the week.
Well, that could have been the case too. I don't know, but it's nothing to. If you really worried about the military,
he could have had that King Charles guide him away from the honor guard. The honor guard's waiting there trying to salute him. He won't leave, and he keeps coming back and straight to the honor guard. Our guy got to stop the salute until he leaves. Our guy get ready to make a salute again. He pops back in front of him again, and then the poor honor guard got to stand there, stop still again as he starts to his breakaway for his sword salute. It's unbelievable watching this clown in action.
Well,
He's senile.
If you're really worried about the military, you should be worried about what Tuberville did, right? So I mean, you're not really.
Again,
you're just trying to.
It is a violation of the Hyde Amendment.
You're just trying to.
acting as though that law doesn't matter.
You're just trying to.
This is what I mean about you. When you, rather than respond to what I say, which you know is true, I know you've already Googled looking up the Hyatt Amendment, and it says that using abortion funds in the armed forces is a violation of the Hyatt Amendment.
Okay, so
and he's saying when you get rid of that, when you say you're not going to kill people's babies with our tax money, then we will relieve the block on the promotion.
Okay,
but
so
he's so desperate to kill babies, he can't not do it.
Let me say this right here. If you were so worried
I
about...
don't understand when you people really are in the... You believe in child sacrifice, don't you?
Okay, so let me say this right here. If you were so worried about the Hyatt Amendment, you said nothing under Trump administration while they was getting that type of care. That's why
Trump
I know
did not allocate any funding for abortions by service personnel.
Okay, you are lying. Preventative care was going on ever since for years in the military. Preventative care was going on for women in the military, and it was going on during the Trump administration. Only Tuberville holding up these promotions and not allowing the funding to go through is preventing this preventative care now. So you're lying. Preventative care was going on during the Trump administration. Sorry, so stop lying. That is a lie.
Are you saying
just lied.
Preventative care is aborting a baby? Is that what your definition of preventative care is?
Part of the preventative care
why
is...
don't you answer a question, Amber? Why are you such a weasel?
Part of
Are you saying that preventative care is aborting a baby?
Part of preventative care is abortion.
Okay, well, that's illegal. I don't care who does it. If Trump did it, he was violating the law. If Biden is doing it, they both violated the law.
Okay, but you didn't say... My point is you was quiet whenever the Trump...
Did you hear my answer?
Yeah, but my point is...
The reason I didn't say anything about it during Trump is because Trump wasn't doing it. But let's say that he did. If he did, he violated the law, and so is Biden.
Okay, my point is you didn't say nothing during Trump. That's my point, and you're running your mouth.
Because he wasn't doing it.
Oh, that's a lie, Sarge.
Oh, you're making it up. You're making it up again.
Sarge, this is what you're saying. Sarge is saying that they just started getting abortions in the military since Joe Biden has become president. Nigga, are you stupid? You're saying that when Joe Biden got elected, that the military started allowing abortions. That's just not fucking true, Sarge. Now stop it. God damn. Stop. That's not true.
She has to use her own pay.
Oh, God. Okay.
She has to use her own
That's
funds.
not true. That's not true, guys. That's just
it
not
is true.
It's not.
Unless it's therapeutic. If it's a therapeutic abortion, I take that back. If it's because to protect her health or her life, then yes, the military will pay for that abortion. By the way, they should.
Now hold on. So
Elective abortions are disallowed.
Okay, so now hold on. Let me say something that might be recent, which is this transgender medical treatment in the military. That might be new, but the abortion thing is not, Sarge.
Okay, you're wrong. Trump wasn't doing it. If he was doing it, he violated the law too.
No, listen, you're lying. The transgender medical care.
Again, I don't care who did it. It's a violation of the Hyde Amendment.
Oh God. Okay, well, I'm just saying
you act like I don't care if Trump does it.
You didn't say shit during Trump administration.
He wasn't doing it. That's why, or at least I wasn't aware of it.
You wasn't aware of it. Let's just go with that.
If I was aware of it.
Okay, and you argue with me for months about these fake electors that is now getting locked the fuck up.
Okay, let's deal with that then. Well, okay, now let's deal with
Ain't nothing to deal with. I just want to remind you that these motherfuckers shut the fuck up.
Like to do that.
There ain't nothing to deal with. There is nothing, Sarge. There is nothing to deal with. Sarge, there is nothing. Sarge, listen, there is nothing to deal with. I just wanted to remind you that you called me a lie, and now these motherfuckers get ready to go to jail. That's all I
know. No. I told you they were probably going to indict him over it.
No, I'm talking about the electors. These people are going to court. The people that you said that was legitimate.
No, I know they are. They are making up charges against them that are simply not true.
They ain't making up no charges, Sarge. You crazy.
Listen to me, sir. They did the same thing in the 1960 election in the state of Hawaii, where they changed the vote for Nixon. The first vote went to Nixon. They submitted an alternate slate of electors, which they looked at and changed to the slate of electors for Kennedy. That's on the record in 1960.
Sarge, listen. I want you to listen closely.
There is no.
Listen. Mike Pence just did an interview, and he was at a rally, and somebody in the audience asked him this question. You failed Donald Trump. You should have did something as the vice president to switch the vote. Mike Pence stood up and said that what Donald Trump asked him to do was illegal. So there's no way in the hell you gonna sit up here on this phone tonight and tell me that they could have did it when the ex-vice president said that he couldn't do it, Sarge. So stop it. You's a fucking moron.
I don't give a damn what these people say. We've got two examples in history where the electoral vote was changed in 1876 and in 1960. Nobody got criminally charged. Nobody. Now, I don't know why you guys keep making up that because you want to get somebody. You're lawless and you're unconstitutional. But there was nothing unconstitutional about submitting an alternate slate of electors.
Okay, well, see, this is why I don't talk to you. You're an idiot.
And as was done in 1960.
Well, that's why they're going to jail, because there's nothing wrong with it, right? That's why they get locked the fuck up. That's why they get locked the fuck up, because there's nothing wrong with it, right?
We'll see what comes out of it.
Jesus Christ. There's a whole fucking goddamn...
You're the only one that got historical knowledge or anything.
There's a whole fucking court case going on in Georgia because of this dumb shit that you believe in right now.
He's different than everybody. He's a danger to the republic.
Oh, I guess you don't believe in the Constitution no more, do you? There's something wrong with your motherfucking ass, boy.
They're full of shit.
Lord.
They're full of shit.
Them people violated the Constitution, Sarge.
Alternate slate of electors. Ain't nothing unconstitutional about that. Every state practically has an alternate slate of electors.
Oh, Jesus.
The only thing, here's where you will commit a crime. You will commit a crime if you forge the certifying official signature or if you submit it on an official state stationery. None of that was done.
Yes, it was, Sarge. What you think they sent
no,
to the
fucking... No, it wasn't.
What you think they sent to the national...
Let them show the documents. Look, if they did that, then, Tyrone, I will say to you, they violated the law, okay? Let them submit that evidence.
What you think they sent to the national...
I will agree with you.
What you think they sent to the National Archives, Sarge?
Wait a minute, you hear what I just said? If they forged an official signature and they put it on the official statement to make it look as though that was the election board, a slate of electors certified by the state, an alternate slate of electors does not have to be certified by the state to be submitted. As long as you don't put on there that it's been certified by the state, you're free to submit it.
What do you think they sent to the National Archives, Sarge?
Now, if they did do that, then I am going to agree with you.
They did do that.
So let them show evidence that that's what they did.
We got the evidence. You just ignoring it.
Well, I'll wait until you show it to me because I ain't seen it yet. I ain't even heard it mentioned.
What the fuck ever, sorry? We did a whole show and you argue this same dumb argument that you're arguing now.
Yeah, because you don't have no opposition. That's why, nigga. You like to do shit with no opposition. Now, this proves that you say some shit. This got this tape and it proves. It don't prove a goddamn thing. It's an allegation.
Okay, so here is. I want y'all to look at the screen. I don't know what the fuck wrong with. Here's one of those fake elector slates from Oregon. Here is the fucking evidence right here. This is from Oregon, and these people are not really the fucking electors for this goddamn state. They sent this shit into the National Archive. Now there's your goddamn evidence. Eat motherfucking crow and shut the fuck up. Just Google this shit. Sorry, the evidence is out there, you dumb son of a bitch. Oh my goodness, it's not that damn hard. It really ain't. So now, eat crow. Damn it, eat crow.
Okay, wait a minute. Now let me get this straight now. What are you saying that's in the report and what's on the news? Because something was in the papers, I'm just supposed to believe it, hands down. Whatever in the papers, we're supposed to believe.
I'm not even gonna do this because I can tell that we're gonna go round and round for this for hours.
No, we're gonna go round and round what's corroborated by the facts. That's what we're gonna do.
Okay, there was a fake slate of electors sent to the
national. They said Trump was a Russian agent. They said he had hookers feet in the bed. They said all kind of shit they couldn't corroborate. And they admitted they couldn't corroborate it.
Well, he did have hookers peeing in the bed, Sergeant.
Okay, they couldn't corroborate it. Okay, they paid $1 million. FBI paid $1 million to Christopher Steele if he could corroborate the information. Guess what? Christopher Steele did not collect the money. He couldn't get that $1 million because he couldn't corroborate the information.
Okay, well, anyway, Sarge, listen, I don't even know why I bring up these topics with you because I know where your mind is and what you're going to defend. So there's no real conversation with you because you're not willing
No,
to.
no. You know what? Yes, you know what? I'm not objective, and I am biased. I make no bones about it. But I don't make shit up like you do.
I ain't making nothing up.
You just
Man.
make things up. You've already done it 3 times tonight. You made
what?
them up. You made up things 3 times tonight.
No, I did not,
3
Sarge.
times. You done made it up. I made it up, but maybe I did. But yeah, right. I don't even make things up. I'm gonna whip your ass with the truth and the facts. Well, I'll say I don't know. I ain't got no problem saying I don't know.
No, the only thing I only said that once tonight to something I said because I was fucking with you.
Well, you said it at least twice. Maybe not 3 times, but at least twice.
Either way, Sarge. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, y'all go ahead with this. Since Sarge is here, I'm gonna bring up something. I'm curious to get his. It's not on any of this.
But go ahead. You know, because you know, I done whooped his ass. So you can go ahead and talk to him.
No, it's not about this. This is a completely change of. But I was curious to see what how you all felt about this. What they're trying to do. Hold on, and just whoever wants to listen, just call in. It'll be real quick, and I want honest opinions on this because I am very curious. It's asinine. Presidential hopeful Larry Elder slams California reparations task force proposed end to child support debt for Black fathers. Says it would hurt single moms and kids. Okay, just listen. See if I can get through this real quick. Elder expressed concerns about the potential consequences for the Black family structure and well-being of single mothers and their children. In an interview with Fox News, Elder referred to a proposal of irresponsible, suggesting that it could be a harm the family it aims to support. It's irresponsible, Elder told Fox News this week. It will probably hurt the family. It probably hurt the very people that the left purport to care about. The final report for the California Reparations Task Force, spanning almost 1,100 pages, included the suggestion of eliminating interest on overdue child support payments and accrued interest on existing child support debt, specifically for Black residents of the state. The report also proposed forgiving some low-income debt holders. The report contends that 10% interest charged by the state on child support arrears hinders Black men's ability to access education, job training, employment opportunities, housing due to legal consequences associated with delinquency. The state interest rate is 3.5 times higher than the national average, according to the report. Penalties for the unpaid child support include wage garnishments, property liens, negative impacts on credit scores, driver's license suspensions. Owing more than $2,500 in back child support could result in a felony charge for Californians. The task force recommends amending California law to allow flexibility and forgiveness for child support debt based on the parent's financial circumstances and ability to pay. It did not provide a remedy for single parents who might not receive the full child support payments owed to them. Others believes the proposal is absurd. There's a reason why you have child support, and that is because you are, in my opinion, morally responsible, financially responsible for the children that you bring into the world, Elder said. If you forgive them for paying their child support in full, you're probably going to create an even greater instance, which means irresponsibility breeds knowing that they won't be financially responsible for their children that they bring into the world. According to the report, African Americans make up less than 7% of the California's population, but account for about 18% of the parents who have accumulated child support debt in the state. However, Elder railed about the task force, alleging that it did not include diverse political views and was designed to just extract money from other people. It also paints Black people as eternal victims in America who instead he claims lack accountability for their current state. I just see a bunch of people. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got my tablet. Oh, jeez. However, Elder railed about the task force alleging that it did not include diverse political views and was designed to just extract money from other people. It also paints Black people as eternal victims in America, who instead, he claims, lack accountability for the activist state. I just see a bunch of people asking for money, a bunch of people making demands, and the people that had nothing to do with whatever plight they're complaining about. Eller said, it's asinine. The task force report presented 2 years of research into the decade of discrimination of Black Californians and their ancestors at force faced within the state. It provided a series of recommendations for compensating Black residents for enduring the impacts of slavery. The California state legislature will now evaluate the report and decide which aspects, including potential monetary compensation, to approve or to reject. Now, let me just say, as far as the child support thing, if they're talking about forgiving, let me use that word, a certain amount of the arrears of back child support, and if it's just like that money's going to go to the state as far as, a percentage, because if you're fined a certain percentage, like it said, let me read that little part. Well, money that would be going to the state, I guess they charge you interest on back fees, and I don't know what all they charge for that, late fees or whatever. If that's going to be going to the state, if that portion has nothing to do with the actual child support, if they're catching up the arrears, but they're talking about that interest on the late fees and all of that, if that's just going to go to the state, I don't have a problem with them forgiving that money that's going to go to the state. But I will say this. If you're going to do that, I think you should do that for all the fathers who's in arrears for child support in the state. I don't have a problem with them if they're going to do that. The money that's being paid, they should be able to pay it should pay all of their child support, whatever their arrears, and they should be allowed to catch it up and pay that. Anything that's going to the state for interest on the arrears and that's not going to the parents, then I don't have a problem with that. But I think they're going to run into a problem if that's not done for everyone, just on the child support thing alone. That's all I wanted. I'm just curious to see what you all would think. That's it. Time out.
Yeah, Larry Elder is a coon, and I understand the question people have about people owing money and paying back money and all that kind of stuff, but this system is broken. I know a 60-year-old man with 30-year-old children who's paying arrears child support. That is crazy. That is crazy. This man is 60 years old, his children is 30, and he's still paying child support because he got behind when he was younger. That's nuts. That needs to go away. That 30-year-old woman is not getting the money. It's just going back to the system. So Larry Elder is twisted this thing with saying people gonna get free money. That's not what they're talking about here. They're talking about when the child reaches 18, they're not going to get the money any damn way. The money is going to be owed by these black fathers to the state or whoever, and they're just going to be still working in the hole once, the child reach 18, owing all this money in back child support. Should they have gotten behind? No. But they did. And somebody recognizes that that's a fucking problem economically. So if they can forgive those people, let them forgive those people. Now, that's not saying that you're not going to have to pay child support now, because you do have responsibility for that child and you're still going to have to pay child support. Ain't nobody saying you're going to be relieved of that right to pay your damn child support. You still owe that shit. But those arrears is stupid to me. And yes, it's holding that community down because like Elisa just gave you, only 18% of the parents who have accumulated child support debt is black, and only 7% of California's population is black. That's crazy. So yeah, they need to get rid of those arrears. Sarge, what's your opinion on that?
All right, there's a lot wrong with child support system, an awful lot, and nothing about it has anything whatsoever to do with slavery. Not a thing. In fact, after slavery, social commentators were rife with stories about black fathers walking, hitchhiking on mules, catching buggy rides and train rides, the length and breadth of the South to reunite themselves with their women and their children so they could support them. There were far more stories like that than there were black fathers not wanting to support their children. So it has nothing whatsoever to do with slavery at all. In every single case. Now, the case you decided about a 60-year-old man having 18, 20-year-old, 30-year-old children, okay, has an individual revisit his case. I got no problem with revisiting any child support case a la Hunter Biden just did. So if you got a case to have your child support payments reconsidered, you should do it. But as individuals, there should be no blanket communist wealth redistribution system in any way, shape, form, or fashion, whether you call it reparations or any other wealth redistribution scheme. Reparations is unconstitutional, illegal, unethical, and immoral. So, yes, I agree with Larry Elder, but for somewhat different reasons, but also for many of the reasons that he cited.
I think that you're wrong, Sarge, because I mean, it does have to do with slavery, because of the economic distribution in this country is a direct tie from slavery, and because of that, we're not able to continue to keep up with keep up with the pace of what this economy is doing when it comes to child support. Who's this unknown caller line I just opened?
This is Ottawa.
Hey, Ottawa, how you doing?
I'm good, and you?
All right.
I just wanted to make one comment, and this is this. I think that child support has everything to do with slavery. When are we going to hold the founding fathers, all the presidents, and all the white folks' names that we carry? When are we going to hold them accountable for all the little babies they created? Little bastards that were born into the world to work on the plantation, when they gonna get their child support? When are them mamas gonna get their child support? And I'm done.
Well, that is a good point. I bear the last name Thompson because somebody didn't get no damn child support. And it's crazy how people cannot understand that we have a responsibility as a country to take care of our youth, and that should be allowed. I mean, you got Donald Trump stealing money, talking about building a wall and all this money getting taken out of our economy, and we worried about these children and these black men that owe this money that we're talking about here. They at least need some type of reset or something, because I mean, that back child support, they can still lock your ass up for it. Like the article said, it could be a crime. It could be on your record. I mean, so they should get rid of those rears anyway. I'm not saying don't take care of your child. Go ahead.
So let me ask, so the arrears, because I don't understand a lot about it. So, like you were talking about the 60-year-old man's case, we'll just use him. The arrears that he's saying, it's not going to it's not going to the family, to the mother, or whoever raised the children.
No, because you start getting child support when you're 18.
Now I know that, but the arrears that he's still paying, so it's just
okay.
that money's just going to the state.
No, here's how it worked out, and this is why people freaking out. Okay, so child support is going to be paid from the government regardless, right? So you're going to continue to get child support whether the daddy pay or not. What child support is saying is the payments that you missed to us, we gave to your child, and you owe us that money back.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it now. Okay. Yeah, see that? Well, yeah, that kind of money and the interest and stuff like that. They need to have a way they can forgive some. They need to be able to forgive some of that, because like they were considering forgiving some of student loans, they ought to be able to forgive some of that. Because I never understood how that worked. Because I remember a story from years ago. We did it on the show. These were all dealing with white folks, and the man, he was something like 25 years in the arrears, and the daughter had been grown, and I forgot how it was, but for whatever reason, the mom had decided that he still owed her something like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. And I guess she hooked him with the women's group, and they they took him to court. By that time, the ex-husband, he was doing very well. He had the money. I think he was still estranged from that daughter. He was doing very well, and he paid it. He didn't have to wrestle him down. There was no pulling of teeth, and he paid it to her. And what she did was she gave her daughter some, and her daughter, they took a vacation. And when they spoke with the father, when they got the man, they never disclosed who he was. And he said, no, well, this is just him. He said, no, he didn't have a problem with that. He owed that money to her mom, and he had it. So in a case like that, that's different. I guess she must have not been getting anything from the state, like any type of assistance from the state. So when he stopped paying it, that was, just it. So she was not getting assistance. That's what I'm gathering. This particular woman was not getting anything assistance from the state. So when he stopped paying it, whatever was told that he had to pay, and their divorce and separate, all of that, at some point he stopped paying it, and then it went into arrears. So that money was owed to the mom. So, but I guess so what you're saying, Tyrone, if these people that were paying the child support, they got in arrears, if these people who are getting assistance, they continue to get the assistance. So now the state wants their money back for the assistance that they gave to those children, whatever it was that they were providing. So I get it now. I didn't quite understand how that worked out, but I do agree with you. I think if the government is going to be able to forgive some student, well, they're not going to be able. Well, I don't know how they're going to do it now, but when they were talking about forgiving some, not all, but some of the student loans, I don't see a problem with some of the states forgiving some of this back child support for some of these men, especially, if the parents, the mothers and those were getting assistance or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't see a problem if they forgave some of that.
I understand the sides on both argument because the taxpayers do pay into that system and the children do get that money. Yeah. But I'm more lenient to forgiving the arrears payment and stuff like that. But let me check this caller. Who's this caller on the line?
It's me back again.
Oh, what's up, Serge?
Oh, so then.
Hey, look, can I respond to what Sister Ottawa said about retroactive child support from the founding fathers?
Well, let Elisa finish, and then you can go after her.
Oh no, I was done. I was saying I agree with you, Tyrone. I mean, they may not want to forgive all of it.
Yeah.
But if they want to forgive some of it, say like you owe $30,000, and they say, okay, we're going to forgive because some of that $30,000, probably a good portion of it is interest and late fee or whatever. Like I bills, interest and late fees and all of that. I wouldn't have a problem with them forgiving this. Just if it's $30,000 and say that's like $10,000 is late fees and interest rates and all of that. Forgive that. Forgive all of that. Mm-hmm. And you can give a little more piece of the rest too. But I'm for that. If forgiving it means that, yeah, forgive that. I mean, because as much money as the government spend and they bail out this and bail out that, Walmart, the Walter family and them, all this money that they're making, and because they're getting
they just bailed out. They just bailed out a bank. As a matter of fact, they just did 2 bailouts in 2 banks recently. And don't nobody crying about that.
Yeah, so since they're doing that, they can do things like this every once in a while for the citizens. And when we were going through the COVID, and they were, I forget which is the money that they were giving out, this and everybody was having such a problem with that. Well, the government can give the people something or bail the people out sometimes because no one has anything to say when they bail out these corporations. Nobody has anything to say about the Walter family and all this money they're making, and a large portion of their employees are on Medicaid, Medicare, getting different subsidies and help out from the government in order for these people to live. So if you can bail out all these corporations which have to keep these rich people, these wealthy people, wealthier, I don't see anything wrong with the government bailing out the average common person sometimes. Just go ahead and forgive some of the child support that they owe the state. Forgive some of that. Forgive a portion of the student loans. I don't see a problem in that. But people have a problem because our taxpayers is helping to keep the rich, these corporations, our taxpayers' money. So I would feel more comfortable knowing that if a whole bunch of men out here and they own $10,000, they own back child support, and $10,000 of it is interest fees and all kind of that. I don't have a problem with my taxpayers' money going. So let's go ahead and forgive that. I don't have a problem with that. But and I don't understand why other people do. If we can bail out the rich, we can forgive stuff for the regular people. That's how I look at it. But elders is taking a hard stance. But now that I understand it, no, I don't have a problem with it.
All right. Well, Mr. Sarge, what you got, brother?
Okay, I heard the comment by Sister Otta, which I found to be very interesting. And there is a specific reason as to how the lack of child support by bastard children, and I'm using the term in the legal sense, bastard children of plantation owners and slave owners were not supported by child support. For the simple reason that the laws involving child support from 1776, when the United States was founded, July 4th, 1776, until 1935, were based on British common laws called the Poor Laws. And what they were was kind of a loose, unamalgamated taxation system wherein churches and parishes that would support the indigent, the vagrant, the poor, and the fatherless children would be supported by local parishes and charities and churches. And these churches would submit taxes locally to either local state governmental entities or to the state itself. And the state accordingly would take the money from the taxes based upon specific claims that these local entities and charities were making for support of these people. Now, here's what our Constitution forbids, specifically forbids. It forbids ex post facto law, and it forbids bill of attainder. You cannot make retroactively that which was not legal today. You are disallowed. It doesn't matter what it is. You can't say, today's laws say if these children had been born today, they would have gotten this. So therefore, children born 200 years ago should have gotten that too. No, it doesn't work that way, and it's not supposed to. So even if you could resurrect these dead founding laws from the grave, you couldn't collect child support for them. But the laws you're trying to enforce on them did not exist at the time they fathered those children and they grew up. Just didn't. You can't do it. And that's one of the problems with reparations.
It might not happen, Sarge.
It might post facto law. You can't do it.
I don't expect it to happen, Sarge, number one. I just put the thought out there. But I do want to say this, is that every slave had a value. They were expected to do so much work, produce so much a year. That was the expectation, okay? And whatever that expectation was, it should have been given to the slaves. And yes, reparations is due. Descendants of slaves, absolutely. Because that is the legacy that we carry. All the tribulations that our ancestors went through, we got the brunt of it. So, yes, it is due to them. But what more than that, Sarge, you know, this child support thing has done nothing, especially in our community, but to break it down. What the biggest problem is that we bringing white folks in to resolve our issues, which has never worked, okay? It has never worked. And if you look at the employment situation of the black man that has been in dire straits as long as I can remember, what do you expect? They put the black man in jail when he can't pay child support. We have men that are in prison working every day, making nothing, and they can't send money to their children. And many of them have children. So when you look at the law, we can't be, just look at half of it. Let's look at the whole thing. It's a problem. A lot of men go to jail for not paying child support simply because they don't have the money. So
well, I've been saying for years about how unfair the child support system is to all fathers, particularly black fathers. So I would agree with you the child support system needs reform, but I'm saying it shouldn't be done on the basis of reparations. There is no constitutional nor legal basis for reparations, none whatsoever. If the state of California decides they want to pay it, let them do it as a state. But to apply it to the United States, there's no basis whatsoever, because nowhere in the United States federal system was slavery ever required of any state. Nowhere.
Boy, you get on your belly and crawl to save them damn white people, huh?
That's what I mean. You don't respond to an argument. You just get niggerized, don't you? Now I made an argument. I simply said that nothing in the federal Constitution required slavery. Not a thing. States either adopted it or chose not to or abolished it. Nowhere was it required by the federal government. It was a 10th Amendment issue left to each one of the states. There is no federal basis to play
slavery wasn't autonomous to any
you
state.
ever heard
it went across the country.
You ever heard of Dred Scott, you idiot?
Okay, I know all about it, and I'm gonna kick your ass if you dare try to argue with me about it.
Well, you said the federal government. Listen, your dumb ass just said nowhere in the federal government did it require slavery or condone whatever the fuck you just said, and Dred Scott was a federal court decision. You fucking moron! What is wrong with you?
To adopt slavery. Where?
Good Lord!
Answer the question instead of acting like a doofus.
What?
Where in the Constitution does the federal government require any state to adopt slavery? Where?
Okay, hold on. Listen, you said nowhere in the federal government where anybody required to adopt slavery. And the Supreme Court is a federal fucking court. And whenever they made their Dred Scott decision saying that black men can't be equal to a white man or whatever their decision was, right there it said that black people can be goddamn slaves, Sarge. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, I'm going to say it again because you didn't answer the question. I said, where in the Constitution? See, some fucking road judge, which I've been telling you since forever, just because they say the Constitution says something, and you go in the Constitution looking and you can't find it, doesn't mean that was a legitimate decision any more than Roe versus Wade was.
Okay, so I'm going to answer your question.
The federal judge says it doesn't make it so. I'm going to ask you again. Maybe this time you can answer.
Mm-hmm.
Where in the federal Constitution is any state required to have slavery?
Are you done?
Well, where you need to go is to the Vatican. You need to go to the Vatican.
Okay,
because slavery was sanctioned by the church.
Let me
by
answer.
The Catholic Church. So maybe that's where you need to go.
Well, let me answer.
No,
let me.
Don't
let me. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. I want to answer Sarge's question and talking about the slavery and Constitution. Guys, I want y'all to look at the screen and look at the 13th Amendment, where the 13th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except for a form of punishment or crime where the party has duly been convicted, shall exist in the United States of America in any place or any jurisdiction. What this says is slavery or involuntary servitude except for a crime or form of punishment should not be in the United States of America. So the 13th Amendment is telling you that slavery still exists in the United States of America in the form of fucking punishment. So Sarge, when you say that slavery is not in the goddamn Constitution, you don't know the motherfucking Constitution, okay? God damn.
Okay.
You know who the fuck
Let
you
me
fucking
say
with?
it again, Tyrone, because that's what you're semi-literate. You can't seem to read.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you again for the fourth time. That is an amendment that abolished
That's the Constitution,
chattel
sir.
slavery.
That's the
It
Constitution.
abolished chattel slavery,
It's the
meaning
Constitution.
slavery is to which you are born. The only way you can be enslaved in the United States is to be duly convicted of a crime. You can't be born into slavery anymore. Now, let me ask you again.
Okay.
Where in the United States Constitution is any state in the Union required to adopt slavery?
Okay, so I'm gonna put you on mute. The fact that the 13th Amendment exists means that all 50 states adopted slavery, or they could adopt slavery. Because they put this amendment in the fucking goddamn Constitution, now it's telling you, because of this amendment, now y'all can't adopt slavery. So all over the United States of America, before the 13th Amendment, and I'm answering your question directly, nigga, before the 13th Amendment, slavery was allowed. Whatever state wanted to goddamn adopt it. So I hope my answer is clear to you now, okay? So there you go.
Okay, the Constitution, as your boy Barack Obama famously pointed out, is a charter of negative liberties. It
Oh,
tells
now you
what
just want to change the subject
may
after I
not
done
do
sliced and
to
diced
you.
your ass. You just want to
Again,
change the subject,
your
huh?
boy Barack Obama said this, not me, but I happen to agree with him because he's correct. The Constitution is a charter of negative liberties. It does not. It tells you what the government is not allowed to do and the things they are allowed to do. Now, when I said my question was put to you that where in the Constitution is a state required to adopt the Constitution, what you should have said, and you didn't, and I know you said you can't put words in my mouth, Sarge, but I'm not, because I'm merely being logical and syllogistically correct. What you should have said was, no, the Constitution didn't require slavery, but it allowed the states to do it under the 10th Amendment, which would have been an appropriate answer. It did allow them to do it. Now, having said that, since it did allow them to do it as a 10th Amendment provision, it inherently cannot be unconstitutional. Get it? God,
Bullshit you talking.
Yeah,
you don't like that answer. That doesn't mean it's not true. I understand why you don't like it, because I don't like it either, but it's true. Slavery was legal everywhere it was adopted, just like abortion is, and abortion is far worse.
Far worse than what?
Slavery. Killing a baby is much worse than enslaving one.
Okay, well, Sarge,
And they're both legal. The slavery was legal, and abortion is still legal in many states in the Union.
well, you were speaking. You just backtracked on what you was arguing, that slavery wasn't allowed in the
How did I
Constitution.
backtrack? I'm as logically consistent as possible to be.
Well, Sarge,
Where did I backtrack?
because you said slavery was not allowed in the Constitution. I just gave you.
Okay. Once again,
Okay,
you didn't do what I said. I said
okay.
the Constitution is a charter of negative liberties. Where in the Constitution are you required, a state? Where is a state required to have slavery?
Okay,
That's
so
what I said.
I'm responding to you
That's an
again.
important-
Because the 13th Amendment exists, it means that slavery was already here. So they just did that to try to get rid of slavery, but they still kept slavery in a form of being locked up and going to prison. So slavery still exists in America whenever you get duly convicted of a crime. And you just actually said that because the 10th Amendment says what it says, that a state has sovereignty or whatever, that they can do whatever they want to do, that each state could authorize slavery on its own. That's basically what I said when I said before the 13th Amendment, if the state wanted to adopt slavery, they could. That's exactly what the fuck I'm saying. So, but initially you said that it wasn't in the goddamn Constitution. You said, show me in the Constitution where slavery is. I showed you where the Constitution where slavery is. You just wanted to come on top on the argument and bring out the 10th Amendment and say, no, that ain't the right answer. This is the right answer. Either way, that goddamn document condones slavery. That's the point.
Okay,
But
again, once
then
again, you
even
distort my
still, we
position
might need
because
to
you
go
cannot
look at the
effectively
British
answer them.
Commonwealth.
So you have to distort what I say. I didn't say that. I said nowhere in the Constitution is a state required to adopt slavery. Nowhere. Now,
And
what
that's what you
happens
said. Okay,
is
but
states could and did reject and abolish slavery. They did that too, but you seem to take no notice of that. And nowhere after the 13th Amendment could you be born into slavery in the United States. The only way you could be enslaved now is to be duly convicted of a crime. You cannot be born into it.
okay.
I mean, you don't listen to the arguments I make. You listen to the arguments you think you can defeat.
Sorry, listen, I don't want to argue with you. That just ain't my thing. You get off on that dumb
I know,
shit.
because you can't. All you can do is make up things I didn't say.
I don't give a shit. To be honest with you, it's not even that important to me.
I mean, damn, man. I mean, it's a big deal with you.
No, it's not. We were talking about how
I
black
mean, you're
people.
trying to make ex post facto law. Now, you wanted to make the federal government pay reparations to black people for something they didn't have any responsibility. Now, I could see it if you want to do it state by state. I can understand that. But not federally.
Sorry, listen. The federal government always giving these bailouts, like Miss Elisa just said. And whenever COVID came, all of these big corporations got the PPP loan. That was bailouts. Donald Trump gave tax cuts to the fucking top 1% of this goddamn country. That was bailouts. The fucking goddamn oil companies and gas companies always getting subsidies. Those are fucking bailouts. So whenever it comes to black men getting a bailout for child support and still being able to pay child support, you know, what they're due, what they're owed, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with relieving college debt. There's nothing wrong with giving back payments bailout. That's just stupid. You because they had the word reparations in the story, you guys just lose your fucking mind. And we ain't gonna give black people shit. And y'all lose your fucking mind.
All right. I'd rather deal not in the abstract with concrete legal principles. Now, I would say again, why did Japanese citizens get reparations after they were unconstitutionally interned during World War II? Why did they get reparations?
Hell, I don't know, but I know they got it.
I'll tell you why. It's really easy. Because they were citizens, and the 14th Amendment existed. They were denied their liberty without due process of law. They were simply interned simply for being Japanese. It was unconstitutional. Slaves didn't have rights that were taken away from them. They were not even citizens. God, this is why it's going to be so difficult for you to do, because you keep making these arguments about legality instead of just making an outright emotional appeal that doesn't have anything to do with the law. Then maybe you get people to voluntarily give you their money.
Okay,
that might work.
Well, what you just said is not
you
true
trying
about.
To make some kind of legal argument that is non-existent and specious.
Well, what you just said is not true about the
Good
Japanese.
Lord, please wake up.
No, what you just said about the Japanese is not true.
Make a purely emotional argument.
Okay, is this goddamn
that
thing
would work
on?
better, I think.
You know, things like the abolitionist amendment, different things that were against slavery. I'm looking for laws that upheld slavery in this country, Sarge. There had to have been, otherwise they wouldn't have amended the Constitution if there wasn't a law that sanctioned slavery. They wouldn't have done that, Sarge.
Well, there was one, and I'll tell you what it is right there in the Constitution. It's called the Fugitive Slave Clause. I mean, I don't know why you guys haven't brought that up until now. It's right there, still in the Constitution. It's in Article 5, Article 4 of the Constitution. No, Article 4 of the Constitution. The Fugitive Slave Clause. It recognizes that a slave might escape one state and go to another state, and that the slave owner had the right to ask the other state to take that state into custody and send it back to the person to whom the claim of owning the slave was due. It's right there in the Constitution. Why would you guys mention that?
Well, that's a Dred Scott. That's the brother just mentioned Dred Scott earlier.
But that has nothing to do with the future slave clause. The
That's
slave clause
exactly
was
what
in
the
the
Dred
Constitution in 1787. Dred Scott was in 1857. So
I
in
understand that.
1787, they put the fugitive slave clause in the Constitution. Didn't have anything to do with Dred Scott. Nothing.
I said that was the issue in the Dred Scott decision about free slave going to another state that still had slavery going on. That person was not considered a free man. That he would have to go back to the state that he came from.
Right. It's in Section 2, Article 4 of the Constitution. Here's what it says. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. That would go for indentured servants, and that would go for slaves. So that's in the Constitution.
Okay, so I'm gonna shut Sarge up because I knew he was lying about the Japanese. Japanese was not citizens whenever this whole reparations idea came and they was interned and all that kind of stuff. They recently got their citizenship. I said it was only in 1952 when the Senate House voted the McCarran-Walty Act, which allowed Japanese immigrants to become naturalized U.S. citizens. And before that, if you have to go to the 14th Amendment whenever you said that you're born or naturalized here to become citizens. So basically, they became citizens the same time we did under the Constitution. So Sarge is trying to give them some type of extra credit for being citizens differently than we became citizens. So Sarge, you're full of shit when you say the reason that they got reparations was because they were citizens during slavery. That's just bullshit. They was immigrants.
Hey, Tyrone, you just made a statement of fact to which now I challenge you to put your money on the motherfucking table. Put your goddamn money. I will say to you that many, if not most, of the people interned in the relocation camps were American citizens, either naturalized or natural born. I say $100 says I'm right. Put your motherfucking money on the table right now.
What they want, Sarge?
$100, I say most, if not, or many, of the people interned in those camps were either naturalized or natural born American citizens. Put your motherfucking money on the table.
Well, that's why the
$100.
That's why the 14th Amendment don't have no race in it because they were
Negro. You heard what I just said. If you ain't got no guts, say you don't want to do it.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you say about me, but
you don't want to do it because you know I'm right.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Sarge.
That's why you don't want to do it. You know I'm right.
Listen, the only thing is when somebody say reparations, you have to validate reparations that United States have given away to somebody else to exclude black people. And you just lied about the Japanese and said that they were citizens. And that's the reason that they got fucking reparations because they was interned. That is a fucking lie. The citizenship shit on the 14th Amendment applied to anyone born or naturalized in this goddamn country at that goddamn time. So including fucking Asian people, Sarge. So you're full of shit. Now stop it. God damn. You don't understand the laws your goddamn self? Is that what is wrong with you? Why you got to bend over backwards to try to protect white people? I don't understand that. Jesus.
Man, listen to me, dummy. Many of the men in the 442 Regimental Combat Team, the NISE, 60% of them that were recruited out of the internment camps into the 442 were American citizens already. They didn't have to pass a background check like the ones that were not naturalized did, who were simply resident citizens. Over 60% of the 442 Regimental Combat Team was taken from the internment camps. They were American citizens already. You lying motherfucker! Now put your money where your mouth is! Put your goddamn money where your mouth is! Or quit calling me a liar!
You are a liar.
You son of a bitch! Put your fucking money where your mouth is!
What in the hell is wrong with you?
Because you call me a liar. God damn it, I don't make shit up.
1945. Well, the internment camps was between 1942 and 1945, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when are we talking about? Well, yeah, every one of them was citizens then during that time.
Not every one of them was citizens either. Most of them were.
Well, hold on.
Not
This is what I'm saying.
Some of them were lawfully resident aliens, but most of them were either naturalized or natural-born United States citizens. Most of them.
Okay, so hold on. Let me say this right here. If we're talking about 1942
After
and
1952.
yeah, if we're talking about 1940,
1952, then they became naturalized. Some
some
became
immigrants.
naturalized.
Yeah. So this is
right.
what I'm saying right here is after 1940, the internment camps was 1942 to 1945. After 1952, some immigrants became naturalized citizens and all that kind of stuff, like Otta was saying, right? But what I'm trying to say is the 14th Amendment was already in play. So if there was a Japanese person here that was born and naturalized into the country, they were citizens. So that's still the same category as black people. What Sarge is saying is that because Japanese were citizens, that's why they got reparations. So if that's Sarge's argument, then black people deserve reparation too. Do you agree with that, Sarge? Because that was your fucking argument.
Oh, you got the hardest head I've ever heard in my goddamn life. Let me say again what I said. Listen, I said the ones that got reparations were not the ones who were merely resident citizens. They were not eligible. The ones who got the reparations were able to prove that they were citizens, either naturalized, native born, or natural born. That's what I said.
Okay, but my argument is, I want you to listen to me right now. Shut up. My argument is the internment happened between 1942 and 1945. That's the period of time that they are getting reparated for. 1942 to 1945. So you went back in time to that time period and said, we treated this group of people wrong, and we're going to give them reparations for this time period. 1942 and 1945. What we're saying is before 1942 and 1945, the 1800s on up until the present day, you've been treating us wrong and we deserve reparations. Just like when they went back and paid the Jews for the fucking Holocaust. During a certain time period, they gave reparations to the Jewish people and they're still paying them motherfuckers because we're fucking paying for Jerusalem, Israel right now, whatever the fuck is over there. We're still paying for that shit throughout our taxes. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but we're paying to fucking build Israel. But anyway, so my point is that if you're looking at this period of time right here and say the Japanese deserve reparations between 1942 and 1945, and you can't bring your black ass to say that black people reserve reparations at any point in time in history, you dumb son of a bitch. And this
Tyrone, let me ask you a simple math question, assuming you're not completely illiterate in mathematics. What percentage of 100% is 2/3?
Hell, I don't know, 70%, I guess?
66%. 66%.
Okay.
According to the United States government, 66% of the inmates in the Japanese internment camps were United States citizens.
Okay.
These were the people who were eligible for reparations. Now tell me something. What percentage of people enslaved before the 13th and 14th Amendments were United States citizens? What percentage? Zero! None of them were U.S. citizens. It is true.
Okay. Hold on.
You cannot enslave a citizen.
Okay, so hold on.
Did my lines fall off, or Tyrone, did you all fall off?
Oh, I'm sorry. Listen, hold on. Let me say this right here. Reparations is not just for slavery, Sarge. I want y'all to hear me now. Reparations is not just for slavery. Reparations is for slavery plus after the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th and 14th Amendment, when you had the Jim Crow laws, when you had the black laws, when you have denial to resources to education. We're talking about denial for resources for financial institutions. We're talking about denial of resources for property. This is after the Emancipation Proclamation, after the 13th and 14th Amendment. This is after. So yes, it's for slavery. And in addition to that, because we were in slavery, we would deny all these resources. So whenever you're saying give reparations for slavery, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about reparations for slavery and how we got treated after. So you need to get that clear. So, because I'm not just talking about slavery, you idiot.
All right, now that you clarified that, finally, you got something you can actually talk about with some legal basis. Like I said, I think your strongest argument is the emotional one. You ought to go out there to them rich, guilty white liberals and appeal to their sense of guilt and get them to give you all the money they're willing to part with. Because I think you got a far better case for that. But at least when you talk about post-14th Amendment, now you're talking about violations of the Constitution. So at least you got some legal constitutional grounds to work with.
That's all the fuck I've been saying. Y'all the one kept saying slavery.
Slavery's a non-starter.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you had to get in that. No, it's not. Because how did you get in that position? How did we get in that position?
Now you're going to make up your own constitution.
Oh, Jesus. Oh,
that's what you're doing. You're making up your own constitutional jurisprudence. And you can't do that. Unless you're Kentucky Jackson Brown, then you can do it. Him. There's such a thing as president and star aide decisis. It does not go away because you make an emotional argument.
So I mean, during the same time period of
what you saying? No, I was just gonna say that, if we listen to Sarge's argument, we shouldn't even be talking about slavery. We should just talk about.
That's what I'm saying. Not for reparations. As a historical matter, yes, we should always talk about slavery. But for reparations, no. Now, discrimination, yes.
Well, I'm talking about all of it. All of it. Even whenever you talk, shut up. Whenever you talking about the Japanese being interned, right now you have the highest internment of black people in prisons in this goddamn country. If you worried about internment, then yes, we're due reparations because they're locking up all the goddamn black men in these goddamn institutions, these prison complexes, Sarge. So if you worried about institution and giving reparations for institution, just look at the prison industrial complex, Sarge. If that's what you're worried about.
The Japanese were
citizens. They
were not convicted
we
of a
need
crime.
our men.
They were merely suspected
Look
for
at
being Japanese.
Look at our community.
Don't you understand
Look at our
the difference?
community.
They were suspected. They weren't convicted of a crime. They were just Japanese. They were citizens. They were Japanese. That's why they put them in the camps.
Sarge, listen. I'm gonna mute you one more time. I'm gonna mute you one more time, Sarge. Listen, your argument, your fallback argument is because they're in those institutions, you're saying that they was convicted of a crime. But the reason that I talk about the discrepancy between black people and white people that are in prisons, because those crimes that you fall back to are not really crimes, Sarge. I want you to look at the person that you admire at how many crimes he committed and have not been to jail yet, not one motherfucking time. I want you to look at all of these white people, look at all these white people that get away with murder and all that kind of, and not even see one day behind bars. But look at what the resources of the police are in this country. They're in urban communities, they're in black communities, and they're there to target these black people to lock them up. for having drugs and cocaine and all that kind of stuff. And we know that the senators are bringing in goddamn cocaine. We know that the government is bringing in fucking all these damn drugs and shit, but not one of them is sitting behind bars. So don't say that there's a reason that you can justify for these black men being in prison because they committed crimes, because crime ain't the real reason that they there. They there because they black, Sarge. So, I mean, we need to get past that hurdle first. So there you go.
Okay, right now, as we speak, you got the author of the crime bill who said,
"Oh Jesus,
possessing 1 gram of crack cocaine, we are going to send you away to jail for 10 years." And he seems to be utterly unconcerned about the cocaine found in the White House. So
there you go. You just made my point. You just made my point. Hold on. There was some cocaine found in the White House, y'all. There was some cocaine found in the White House recently. And ain't nobody in jail for it.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody in jail for
Nobody.
it. But Sarge want to make a political argument and say because it was Biden's White House, blah, 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 right? But I ain't give a fuck about that. Whoever was in that White House was not no motherfucking black person that left that goddamn cocaine in the fucking White House. That is just not happening. So that's what I'm saying. Whenever you're reading your goddamn stats,
where you get your information
whenever
from?
you're reading your motherfucking stats.
How do you know these Koreans over there?
What the fuck ever, Sarge? Now you full of
How do
shit.
you know?
You full of
Tell
shit.
me, how do you know?
How do you know it was?
No, nigga, you made the statement, not me.
How do you know it
I
was?
ain't got proof shit to you about it.
So
you said it wasn't a black person. How the hell do you know?
So because Sarge, I just do know that black people don't frequent the White House like that on fucking family trips and shit. And where it was, hold on, and where they found it was like a secure area in a locker room where people work up there. And we know the majority of the goddamn employees up there is not African American, Sarge. They just ain't.
The majority of the black people in the country are not. The majority of the black people in the country are not black. The majority of people in the country are not black, but the majority of murderers are.
I said the majority of people that work in the White House.
Just because there's a minority of black people in the White House does not mean that a black person left the cocaine there.
The majority of the murderers in this country is not black.
You don't make no goddamn sense when you say the shit that you say.
Sorry, the majority of murderers in this country is not black.
Let me say it again. A majority of the murderers right now in the United States are black males aged 17 to 34.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is true. You are damn wrong.
It's not true.
You don't want to know the truth because you can't handle it.
That's not the truth. It is not the truth.
If I tell you where I get my information from, that won't make any difference to you, will it?
Because you tell the same lies every time you come on.
No, I thought so. So I'm not even going to bother to tell you. But I got the information.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Well, then believe what you want. I'm going to believe what I know. I'm going to go look at the numbers and where they come from and the convictions and the identified offenders. I'm going to go with that. You can go with whatever you want to. Be my guest.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to look that
program.
What's that, Elisa?
I said I'm going to look it up and see.
Oh.
Yeah, please look it up. I beg you to. Uniform crime reports is all you got to go.
What do they say now? This year there's been over 300 mass shootings since the beginning of this year, January 2023. And all of them been by white folks.
Nonsense.
Well, we have a lot of mass shootings in our community too, so let's go to we have a lot of mass shootings in our community. Yeah, I looked it up. I'm gonna let y'all look it up because people gonna get mad if I say that. So I'm just gonna let that go.
Yeah, I know they'll get mad because they don't want to believe it. They'll get mad. Let them get mad. The truth is the truth, whether they want to accept it or not. I don't care anymore whether people get mad.
Come with it. I want to hear. What did you find, sister?
Y'all
don't be offended. My sister.
But
No.
as far as mass shootings, we do have a lot of mass shootings in our community. Because of how the mass shootings are defined, we do have an abundance of mass shootings in our community.
I know we've been shooting.
Because of how they are.
What does the statistics say? What does the statistics say that you looked up?
On the mass shootings? Let me see.
Yes.
Because mass shootings, I didn't say that we have the majority. You know, we do not have the majority as far as mass shootings.
Yes, we do.
We have. Okay, Sarge.
Shut up, Sarge. We want to hear what she got to say.
I know you don't hear what I have to say because you don't like it.
No, I just want. She just looked it up, Sarge. I wanted to hear what she found.
I'm looking at it right now. The FBI Uniform Crime Force 2019-2021. I'm looking at it.
Okay, what is it, Sarge? What does it say?
In 2019, it was 54.5%. In case you don't know, that is the majority.
Is that a black folks shooting?
Yes, black offenders by identity, identified as the offenders. 54%. 54.7 to be precise.
But Sarge, be fair, and it's because of how mass shootings are defined.
No, I'm not talking about mass shooting. That's another category. I'm talking about homicide of all types. Now, when it comes to mass shootings, it's not quite a majority, but it's close.
But I don't agree with them numbers. I'm looking at the same numbers that you're talking about because here's why. Here's why. It's because, Sarge, now let me ask you this simple question, Sarge. When that police officer killed Mike Brown, was that a murder?
It was a homicide. It was counted as such.
Okay, hold on. I'm just asking you. Was that a murder?
You hear what I just said?
Okay,
it was a homicide, and it went into the homicide statistics.
Right. So now when George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin, was that a murder?
That was a homicide, too. Oh. It wasn't a murder.
Okay, hold on. When the police officer killed Eric Garner, listen to what I'm saying. When the police officer killed Eric Garner, was that a murder?
No, that was a homicide.
Okay, so now slow down, and here's my point, and this was what wrong with them stats. I just gave y'all 3 motherfucking murders that didn't get counted in these goddamn numbers. They can call it whatever the fuck they want to call it. It didn't get counted in these damn numbers. Right. If you got on a badge, wait a minute, shut up, son. I know it hurt. Let me finish. I listen to you scream, nigga. If you got on a badge and you kill a black people, you ain't going on these damn stats. So and the reason that I'm making that point is because people go to court all the time when they kill people, especially if they white and they got the legal representation and the charges go down to a lesser offense. Now, I'm not saying that the black murder rate ain't bad because obviously the numbers are what they are, but I don't trust these numbers because they don't count all the crimes like they supposed to count all the crimes. And Sarge just proved that.
Okay. I used the term homicide. I didn't say murder. I said homicide. Homicide is the killing of a person by another person deliberately. That's what a homicide is. Self-defense shooting that is legal is still a homicide. You understand? That it's not a murder. Now, let's say that every single killing of a suspect by a police officer was murder, which it isn't. Maybe 2% of them are illegal or manslaughter or murder. But let's say everyone was. Out of the, 335 or 400 black people killed by police in a year. Let's say every single one was a murder. That wouldn't affect the murder rate hardly statistically at all.
That is bullshit. That would change those numbers dramatically. That would change those numbers dramatically, Sergeant. You know it.
Motherfucker, I said if everyone was a murder, it wouldn't affect the statistics significantly.
It would.
Yes, it would.
Oh, my goodness. It would change it.
I'm going to give you can you do math? Do you guys know how to figure percentages or not? Yes or no? How many homicides are committed by black offenders every year?
Sorry, listen.
There's thousands of them, not hundreds. It's thousands. There's like 6,000 or more a year.
Okay, listen,
so
brother.
if you take every every single homicide committed by a police officer and recategorize it as murder, of which cannot be done because most of them are justified legally. But let's say all of them were murder. It still wouldn't significantly affect the statistics. Mathematically, it wouldn't.
Okay,
Oh,
Sarge.
God, I can't
Well, you can have that
I don't
argument.
know
brother.
why people have trouble with mathematics all of a sudden.
You can have that argument, but I know good and damn well that.
I know I have the argument because it's math. It doesn't lie.
Why are you screaming?
Because you're crazy.
Okay, but you
But
still
you know,
screaming.
can I
I mean, that's what
See,
when you
this
see a
language
set of
is
facts you
messed
just
up.
don't like, you just deny them because you don't like them.
Sarge, listen, we know that whenever people go to court, and even if it's a murder, right? The outcome, if it is a murder, get played down to something else if you can afford a goddamn attorney. And even like Kyle Rittenhouse, shut up. Kyle Rittenhouse murdered 2 motherfuckers. And that got played down to something else because he was white. And a lot of these white cases that don't show up on this goddamn statistics is the reason that they're not on the statistics because the results are just like Kyle Rittenhouse. When Tamir Rice got murdered in a playground, that didn't get counted as a goddamn murder. It just didn't. I don't know what the hell to tell you.
Kyle Rittenhouse didn't plead down the damn thing. A jury acquitted him.
Well, so now my point is it didn't get counted as a goddamn murder. Hello.
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. There are 8 participants in the conference. Q&A session has started. The recording has started.
17 to 34. Literal in actual numbers. Not even by proportion.
Okay, I missed it because I got cut off or something. What'd you say?
Again, I said, I would expect that most of the violent crime in the country is attributable to white males because most of the men in the country are white males, and men are the ones that do most of the violent crime, whether they are white or black. But in the case of homicide, it is literally true that the majority of homicide offenders are black men between the ages of 17 and 34.
Did George Zimmerman get charged with homicide?
Yes, and he was acquitted by a jury.
He was acquitted.
By a jury.
He was acquitted of homicide. Does George Zimmerman?
He was innocent. In other words, he was innocent.
Okay, so he didn't get his number. He ain't gonna be on that statistic now, is he?
It's still a homicide. Turner Martin is listed as a homicide.
Would George Zimmerman be? Would George Zimmerman be on that statistic?
It was not a murder.
Would George Zimmerman be on that statistic?
Let me say again, Tyrone, because you're the blockheaded motherfucker.
Well, I'm just trying to make a point to you.
George Zimmerman committed a homicide. He is on the record as being a homicide perpetrator. He perpetrated a homicide. He is not guilty of a crime because he's acquitted by a jury. It was considered to be justifiable homicide, which by definition is not a murder.
Okay, so would George Zimmerman be on that statistic as murder?
What did I just say? Yes.
He would be on that statistic as murder.
He is, yes, his killing is recorded as a homicide that year.
I'm saying murder.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so he wouldn't be on that murder statistic, right? But everybody with common sense know that that was a fucking murder. I don't know what else to tell you.
Well, if you talking about your common sense, we know that's bullshit.
And that's my point. Is that's how these people?
And by the way, Kyle Rittenhouse again acquitted of murder. He committed homicide. He did not commit murder. The 2 people that he killed are listed as homicide victims, not as murder victims.
You're making my point.
Victim.
You're making my point. Is that when white people commit murder, they have the resources to go to court and get it fucking changed. That's my point. And you made it with Kyle Rittenhouse and you made it with George Zimmerman. Those were murders. We heard the fucking screaming from Trayvon Martin on the damn telephone call. We seen the video of Kyle Rittenhouse walking down the street with an AK-47 shooting people. Those were fucking murders. And just because the system said because your skin is lighter than the next person's, or Kyle Rittenhouse case, because you shot somebody that supported Black Lives Matter, we're not going to count it as a murder. No, that don't make it not a murder, Sarge. It was a fucking murder. Jesus Christ.
A child rapist and a domestic abuser offender. Yeah, that's who he shot and killed. I'm not grieving, frankly.
Well, let me ask the police officer that killed George Floyd. Now, his death is probably on the homicide list, correct?
No, it's listed as a manslaughter. He was convicted of manslaughter. That is a crime.
But
so
it's not murder.
Crime.
It's not murder, though.
It's a crime.
It's not murder.
It's a homicide and a crime.
It's not murder. We were talking about murder statistics.
Okay, again, it's a homicide, a criminal homicide.
Well,
manslaughter is a criminal homicide. It's not murder.
Even that sick son bitch won't show up on the murder, Lisa. That's what I'm saying right now.
You tell me this is shame all. So if black people had the same lawyers white people have, they'd all be found innocent, right? Because black people don't ever commit unlawful murder. Black people just innocent angels who just get pushed up off the street.
No, I'm not saying that. Black people commit murder all the fucking time. I mean, there's gangs, there's fucking neighborhood fucking riot. We commit murder all the time. What I am saying is that when other people commit murder and they have the resources to go to court, or they have the authority to hold this position, like the person that killed George Floyd, they will not get convicted of murder, and it will not show up on that statistic, which makes our number look higher than theirs. But when they're committing more murders than we are, I believe, in my personal opinion, but they're just not getting charged with murder, and they're not showing up on that statistic as murder, because we know that Tamir Rice was murdered within fucking 3 seconds. That was a fucking murder. I don't give a shit if that was a police and he was wearing a badge. That man pulled up on that playground within 2 seconds and killed that 12-year-old child. That was a goddamn murder. So they don't get charged with motherfucking murder, Sarge. And that's why them numbers look like that. And that's why I don't trust those fucking numbers. That's what I'm saying.
Tyrone, tell me a question. And since you brought this up and you said it, how would the homicide statistics change to reflect the fact that black people have access to the sort of legal resources that you claim only white people have access to?
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you, because Kyle Rittenhouse was backed by the Koch brothers. Kyle Rittenhouse was backed by the Republican Party. Kyle Rittenhouse, soon as he fucking got out of his trial, showed up on Fox News doing interviews. Kyle Rittenhouse had people wanting to write books for him. Those are the type of resources that we don't fucking have, Sarge. They just isn't. Kyle Rittenhouse popularity shot the fuck up, and everybody know who the fuck he is now. We just don't have those type of resources. And don't forget about that little fucking white girl. I can't forget about that. Murdered her baby and put her in a goddamn garbage can down there in Florida. What was her name? Casey something. Casey fucking... What the fuck that child name? What was that girl? Casey something. Whatever that white girl name. She didn't even get charged with murder for killing her own goddamn child. Casey Anthony. I remember that shit. Casey Anthony murdered her child. And then there was another case of a parents murdering their fucking child, pretended like they weren't at the goddamn house. They killed their goddamn youngin', and they didn't even go to goddamn jail. Sorry, that shit happens all the motherfucking time.
Didn't want to charge her. Just a post-birth abortion.
It was a murder.
Hey, look, let me tell you something, Tyrone. Again, you're attributing this discrepancy in homicide figures to the fact that black people don't have the sort of legal resources that white people do. And again, you did not answer my question, which I expected. You spoke about one case. I'm going to ask you the question again. If black people had access to the same or similar resources, according to your hypothesis, you're the one that's making it, not me. So I expect you to be able to flesh it out. How would this be reflected in a change in the homicide statistics? Would you please be somewhat specific?
I am
It
being
would.
specific.
I can
Listen,
answer that.
and you
I
said
can
Casey
answer
Anthony
that.
was a post-birth abortion. That child was 2 years old. Sorry, that is not no post-birth abortion. That child was 2 years old, and it would change the statistics. And I'm gonna let you respond, Elisa. It would change the statistics dramatically if all of those cases was counted as murder. But go ahead, Elisa.
No, I was just gonna say how I know this is probably an extreme, for instance, but if more Black people had more, more resources, able to do certain things. Look, O.J. Simpson had a lot of resources, but he got completely off.
That's a good
So
example.
I mean, he had resources coming out the yin yang, and he was found not guilty. But more of our people had some more resources. They could be getting this stuff to the manslaughters and different things like that. So just like with the police officer that shot that man in the back down in Columbia, South Carolina, was he convicted for a murder or manslaughter? I forget. So many of them.
That's another
down
good
in Columbia,
example.
South Carolina.
I remember who you're talking about.
I think that probably knocked that down to one of the main. He's in prison, but they probably knocked that down to one of the manslaughters. So he's not on that list, and he should be on that list. But I'm just saying, if more of our people had more resources, we could get. I'm not saying I want this, because if you kill somebody, you murder somebody, I don't care who you are, you need to be in prison. But the best example I can give, O.J. Simpson, he had all the resources in the world. They was able to create a dream team, Johnny Cochran and the best of them, and he was found not guilty. So that's an extreme case right there. But that shows you what resources can do. And with a little more resources, and I'm not saying I want them to do this, because if you're out murdering and killing people, you need to go to prison for murdering and killing people. But if more of our people had a little more resources, they could get some of that stuff knocked down to the manslaughter and go to jail, as they should, and they wouldn't be on those murderers lists. So, Tyrone, you make a good argument there. Resources.
Yeah, that OJ Simpson was a good point, because that's exactly, we know that he murdered them damn two people. I'd do any damn way, but he didn't get charged with shit.
All right, look, okay, I'm not going to, okay, we had agreement on that, Tyrone. Resources makes all the difference, believe me. The reason why most of the cases I made an arrest for, and any other cop, especially a beat cop who makes arrest, most of the time you don't even have to go to court to testify, because they plea bargain and shit, and it never goes to trial. And why? Because the guys can't afford a good enough lawyer they get a state-appointed defender, and the state-appointed defender looks at the guy's records. All these motherfuckers got records that are 10 pages long, and they know the odds that they're getting convicted are really high. So they, in the best interest of their client, advise them to plea it down so they don't get as much as a sentence as they would were they to ask for a jury trial. Okay? I get it. And there's no doubt about it. Resources makes all the difference in a criminal case. Believe that. I agree with you completely. I still want to know what percentage, and I still don't have an idea how this figure would be changed, because most white defendants plea bargain too.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you
is
okay, I'll answer your question.
They don't.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is, I think that if the resources was given to Black people and if the roles were reversed, then the whole stats would be reversed, Sarge. If white people got charged with murder when they supposed to get charged with murder, and Black people had resources, then that would turn those stats upside down, in my opinion, because you're only 2,000 murders difference between the two. I think one had 5,000 and the other had 8,000. Or what's that? 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 3,000 murders difference on those stats that you guys read. So yeah, I think it would turn it upside down.
I think so.
You realize we're talking about 2% of the population. We're talking about Black males between the ages 17 and 34. That's 2% of the population doing 51% or more of the murders. 2%.
You're going by no numbers again.
Now, wait a minute. Let's get very specific here again. about this thing. Again, I want to mention again, you ignore this again, most white defendants plea bargain. They don't ask for a trial. Most white defendants accept a plea bargain. So I don't think it would significantly change these statistics you speak of. No, they're not.
We just gave
more
you
white defendants ask for a trial than black defendants. But again, most white defendants, most of them get arrested, have got criminal records. And they don't want to take a chance on getting longer sentences with a conviction. So they plead, just like the black defendants do. I know y'all don't want to believe it, but it's true.
Okay, but like I said, I think it would turn those stats upside down. I don't know.
No, it wouldn't turn them upside down. It might make a bit of a difference, but it would be marginal at best.
Was Tamir Rice murder, Sarge?
See, here we go again. See, I mean, why are you going to bring up 10 or 20 cases, and that's going to change the outcome? No, it won't.
I'm asking you your opinion.
No, he wasn't murdered.
Okay, so right there. Okay, the reason
over and over again why I told you he wasn't murdered. You want to believe he was. We are irreconcilably opposed. Do you have anything new to add to indicate he was murdered?
I just wanted to make that
you
point.
You failed to convince me in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
I'm not trying to convince you. I just wanted to make that point because I believe.
My answer is no. He wasn't murdered.
I knew you were going to say that. I just want to say that.
Yes,
I think.
Well, then why did you ask?
Because I wanted to say that
I know you don't think that Tamir Rice is murdered, and that's true. I wouldn't argue with you because I don't.
Okay, you don't, but in my opinion, he was, and that's the problem. Is that there's a difference in the way that society looks at this thing.
And how many of these type of marginal cases do you think is going to upset this wildly disproportionate balance between black and white homicide offenders?
Sarge, listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. Listen, on YouTube this week alone, I saw 3 police officers murder people just recently. And they're not going to get charged with murder.
On YouTube? All right, what cases were these? Because every one of these police shootings I have seen lately has been completely justified.
Oh, of course you're going to say that. But see, that's what I'm saying. You're not going to see it.
I watch them. That's why I want to know specifically which ones are you talking about.
Okay, of course you're going to say that, but that's why I say we're looking at this.
I do, because you make shit up.
Okay, whatever. I mean, Sarge, maybe
I'll be cheap on myself and let me make up my own mind rather than taking your word for it.
Well, I don't save them. I look at them and I cuss y'all out, and then I,
Well, then tell me what they are. I will look for them and give you an honest appraisal.
All right, so guys, I'm getting ready to open up the
I saw the Jason Van Dyke video, and I agree with you. That boy, in that case, Laquan McDonald, was murdered by that officer.
Yeah, he was.
So it depends on the case. Give me the case and let me see for myself.
Okay. But listen, I'm trying to open up the lines. It's after 12 o'clock. Miss Elisa, thank you. Sarge, thank you. Sister Ottawa, thank you for calling in. So I'm getting ready to open up everybody's line.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
This was fun, Tyrone. I'm getting ready to go. Sarge, you always make it exciting. Tyrone, take that COVID test.
Oh, yeah.
And to make sure to rule that out. Rule that out. Whatever else is going on with you, you can go ahead and nurse that back. Hopefully you feel better tomorrow. And I'm gonna talk to you guys tonight. This was fun. Sarge, you always make it exciting.
Sarge. Good hearing from you, sis. And I enjoy your take. Look, I enjoy your take on things too, even if I don't agree with it, because it gives me a chance to have a sounding board.
Well, because you're always wrong, Sarge. That's all I'm saying. You're always wrong.
Yeah, you always say that, and I'm always turning out to be right. Whenever some court rules on something, I'm always right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good night,
guys.
All
right, by the way. In the case of Ahmaud Arbery, I was right on that one, too.
No, you were not, Sarge. You were not.
Yes, I was. But I'll tell you one thing.
Hold on. Sarge, wait, hold on. Listen.
I'm going to give you this, Tyrone.
No, listen.
I'm going to give you this, Tyrone. Tyrone, wait a minute. Tyrone, I'm going to give you this. The jury rejected the fact they had a lawful right to make a citizen's arrest. Since the jury rejected that, they had no legal right of self-defense against Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay,
so it's a done deal.
So hold on for a minute. Let me say this right here. In that case, right, with Ahmaud Arbery, The resources that black people don't have access to is when that district attorney wrote that damn letter to try to justify that murder even before anything happened.
He thought they had
no,
the right.
hold on, Sarge. Listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you and why those stats are fucked up. That district attorney wrote a letter trying to justify the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, and then she had like 2 more people or lawyers or whatever involved trying to justify that killing. Those are the resources that we don't have. And 9 times out of 10, that's how white people get away with murder, and that's why those numbers look like they look, because of those people like they did in Ahmaud Arbery's case.
Yeah, I know, Tyrone, and I think that was due to post-George Floyd pressure that caused that. That would not have happened in the absence of the George Floyd thing. Everybody was scared to death and didn't know how to look at the law.
That ain't got shit to do with George Floyd.
Yes, it did.
Sarge, that district attorney made a decision.
After George Floyd.
Sarge.
Those charges were brought up after the riots of George Floyd.
Come on, Sarge. That district attorney lied.
No. I'm talking about when they renewed the charge.
Call will be recorded for quality and training purposes.
Who is that?
You can submit a My Service ticket online. You have reached the corporate service.
So, look, Tyrone, since the jury rejected the right to make a citizen's arrest, they had no right to claim self-defense against Ahmaud Arbery's attempts to fight back. So it was a done deal. So that's it. That's what the jury said. I can't do nothing about that. They didn't agree with me. So, and legally, if the jury says you don't have a right of self-defense because were not making a legitimate citizen's arrest, then you cannot claim self-defense to kill somebody as a result of your trying to arrest them. Not in the state of Georgia.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that those people who've been certified to be in their legal fields made decisions in that case to try to cover it up.
Well, that's what you believe. I don't believe that.
Okay.
I read the reasons they cited as to why they elected not to charge the McMichaels. And it was based on the citizen's arrest theory.
I just
look what they're trying to do with Daniel Penny in New York, the guy in the subway. They acquitted the black man who knifed the black man to death with a knife because he felt he was going to threaten his girlfriend.
What?
And they arrested him, they charged him with murder, and then all of a sudden, Alvin Bragg, the same motherfucking DA, decided to drop the charge against that black man who knifed another black man to death.
Penny killed that man, Sarge. That was a murder.
No. You hear what I just said? You ever listen to me, motherfucker? You never do. Listen to me. One more time. A black man attempting to defend his black girlfriend after the Daniel Penny incident, defending his black girlfriend against a black offender on the same subway, knifed the motherfucker to death. He killed him. The black man killed another black man in defense of his girlfriend. He was arrested. Mm-hmm. He was charged with manslaughter. And then guess what? Alvin Bragg dropped the manslaughter charges against the black man.
Well, I don't know nothing about all that.
Yeah, well, you need to look it up. I did. You're really selective in your knowledge.
So let me ask you this. Did Penny murder that guy on the subway?
No, I don't believe he did. No.
See, that's the problem right there.
Any more than I believe the black man who knifed the other black man to death, defending his girlfriend, I don't believe that he was guilty of a crime either. Neither of them were.
Hey, Tyrone.
Hey, what's up, Renee?
In front of another.
How are you?
All right. You hear Sarge doing his regular thing.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, this man is screaming, yelling and
I'm
screaming.
beating his ass. That's
hold
what
on,
it is.
Sarge. Now you got other people. You've been yelling all night. Sarge, hold on.
Don't listen. Every time I tell him something, he says I said something else.
Okay, well, let other people talk, Sarge.
And that's the problem with your ass.
Yelling and screaming.
Yeah, I'm going to keep on yelling every time that motherfucker do it.
Sarge, calm your ass down, brother.
Well, stop doing it then.
I'm not doing anything.
You do it. Every fucking time I say something, you say I said something else.
Okay, well, go ahead, Renee.
No. What do you think? This is not yours, it's his. Yeah, like
See, you're still doing it. Stop. Hush. Hush your
You've been
mouth.
out here for hours talking, man. You've been on here for hours. Yelling and screaming does not make somebody's point correct. I don't know why people think that, but I was gonna ask him a question, but I don't even want to do that because it's just a simple question. Sarge, what was the name of the case you was just talking about where you said the man stabbed the other man? What was the name of the people involved?
Okay, I'll give you the names so you can look it up yourself. I forgot the names, but I did save it, and I will give you the names in just a moment, okay? So hang on. I'll give you the names. I'll give you the case. I'll give you everything you need to know so you can look for yourself.
Because that's what I like to do. I like to look for myself.
Yeah, I insist that you do that. Don't believe a word I say.
I don't.
Look for yourself. Don't believe anything I say because you won't anyway, but particularly not anything I say because I love it when you verify it for yourself.
Yeah, you say because yeah.
Yeah, I love it when you look for yourself because you know what? I don't care because I'm gonna tell the truth as I know it, best as I know it, every single day. I don't need to lie about anything because I know I got the truth on my side. I'm not worried about it.
Tyrone,
I can defend anything or I can rebut anything I hear if I think it needs rebutting.
Okay. Tyrone, I literally had clicked in on YouTube and I heard this man yelling and screaming. I couldn't even figure out what was being discussed. So I left and then
I'm such a problem. It's all Sarge.
Sarge, you supposed to be Googling something. Shut up.
Yeah, Sarge again. There you go.
You doing it now.
Are you ready for the information now about this black man on Subway?
Yes, I was saying.
All right, his name was Jordan. He's 20 years old. He was fatally accused of stabbing another rider on the subway, and he's got on the 29th of June. The city dropped charges against him. They tried to indict him in a grand jury, and the grand jury declined to indict him. He stabbed to death a guy named Victor Oedirago, 36 years old, on the Brooklyn J train on June 13th. This guy, Oedirago, was alleged to have punched Williams' girlfriend and harassing other passengers, which, by the way, not exactly, but was similar to the Daniel Penny case.
That's not similar. That is not similar.
And again, I said similar. I didn't say the same.
It's not even similar.
Okay. Wait a minute now. This is what the Brooklyn District Attorney Office said. Our office conducted an impartial and thorough investigation of this tragic case, which included a review of multiple videos and interviews of all available witnesses, and that evidence was fairly presented to a grand jury. Today, June 29th, 2023, the charges against Jordan Williams have been dismissed.
Because it's self-defense.
So now look it up for yourself. Don't believe me.
That was self-defense. Daniel Penny wasn't committing self-defense. He was just murdered the guy.
Don't believe a word I say. Look it up for yourself. Then look up the circumstances of Daniel Penny's case. And you tell me they're not similar.
They're not,
I didn't say the same.
Oh, Jesus.
You only say that because you don't want to believe things.
Sorry, just based off of what you said, when that guy punched his girlfriend, that was self-defense. Daniel Penny, they want nobody punching anybody. Let me finish. They want nobody punching anybody. That guy was just being annoying. And Daniel Penny jumped and choked that man to death. So that's nothing similar, Sarge.
I didn't say it was.
What kind of fucking cop were you? What kind of cop were you?
I didn't say it was the same.
Renee talk.
I said circumstances were similar, and they are.
Let Renee talk. Go ahead.
What similar means.
Go ahead, Renee.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read. Is it okay if I read the article?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Here. 1 second. This comes from NBC News. Charges dropped against NYC man accused in fatal subway stabbing. Jordan Williams, a 20-year-old man who was accused of fatally stabbing a New York City subway rider, will avoid prosecution, city officials said Wednesday. A grand jury declined to indict Williams on manslaughter and weapons charges in connection with a deadly stabbing of the Victor, whatever his last name was, 36 on a Brooklyn J train on June 13th. Uwego or what have you was alleged to have punched Williams' girlfriend and harassed other passengers, like Sarge said. Our office conducted went into that. Williams' attorney, Jason Goldman, has said his client had acted in self-defense. The grand jury appeared to agree. Under New York law, a person is justified in using deadly physical force when they reasonably believe it is necessary to use such force to defend themselves or others from imminent use of deadly or unlawful physical force. He said, happy that I can get on with my life. Addressing the grand jury's decision Wednesday, Williams said he had been scared in that situation. I'm happy that I can get on with my life the way I'd like to, he said. The deadly altercation unfolded just after 8 p.m. on June 13th on a northbound J train as it approached Marcy Avenue on Broadway, New York police said. Drago, whatever his name is, was taken to New York Presbyterian Brooklyn Methodist Hospital with a stab wound to the chest. He was later pronounced dead, police said. Law enforcement sources told NBC News that Drago had allegedly been harassing people on the train and acting belligerently and erratically. A police official said the station that one of the people he harassed was Williams' girlfriend. A source told NBC News that Drago had punched her. It was not clear what exactly happened in the leading up to the stabbing. Early on, the indictment drew comparisons to the altercation resulting in the death of Jordan Neely, 30, a former Michael Jackson impersonator who died last month after a Marine veteran allegedly put him in a chokehold on a New York City subway train. The day Williams' charges were dropped, the suspect in Neely's death, Daniel Penny, 24, pleaded not guilty to second-degree manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. Neely was alleged to have been shouting and begging for money when Penny pinned him to the floor of the moving subway car with the help of two other passengers on May 1st and held him in a chokehold for more than 3 minutes. Neely lost consciousness and was pronounced dead at a hospital. A grand jury voted to indict Penny on updated charges this month with his arraignment Wednesday, so on and so forth. Let me read this part. Excuse me. Penny, who served in the Marines for 4 years and was discharged in 2021, has said he acted to protect himself and others from Neely, who was alleged to have shouted, "I'm going to kill you," and said he was ready to die or go to jail for life. He was yelling in their faces saying these threats, Penny said in a video previously released by his attorneys. "I just couldn't sit still." Neely's relatives and their supporters have said Neely, who struggled with mental illness and homelessness, was crying out for help and was met with violence. Transit crime in New York City has been down nearly 8% overall, according to the Metropolitan Authority. In that case, it seems as though, from what they had, the New York State statute, I guess, which talks about physical force. And in the case, under New York law, a person is justified in using deadly physical force when they reasonably believe it is necessary to use such force to defend themselves or others from imminent use of deadly or unlawful physical force. So there was physical force used in a situation with the guy.
Well, you missed the word imminent there. What does the imminent mean? Look it up. Look up the word. Don't take my word for it. Look up the word. What does imminent mean?
I know what imminent means. Like, you believe that this could happen.
Yeah, you left that out. That's very important to get that in there.
No, I didn't. How did I leave that out?
About to happen is what it means. It's imminently in danger of imminently occurring.
Okay. Well,
that means it hasn't occurred yet.
Sarge, calm down.
But wait a second. To compare the two cases, in one of those cases, there was physical force used.
Yes, I understand that. Again, imminent does not mean it's happened.
I'm not done. Sir, please. I'm not
I mean, you keep ignoring like imminent doesn't matter.
I'm not done talking. You don't get to.
You can't reasonably.
Sarge, you got to calm down, Sarge.
Is imminent?
Sarge, you got to calm down, brother.
I am calm. I'm asking her a question. Can you not at some point reasonably assume an attack is imminent?
She's not done giving her opinion, Sarge. Can you please let her finish?
All right, never mind. I won't ask any more questions then. Never mind. Forget it.
Yeah. So anyway, in these two cases, no, one was physical force, the other was not. And if we're gonna go by the law, as a lot of these people say,
and it wasn't imminent.
It said,
Sarge.
I was not. What is your problem? I'm talking.
Because you keep leaving out an important element of the law as though it doesn't matter.
You need to take your
You
medicine.
keep leaving out a very important element of the law that you choose to ignore.
Sir, you don't structure what I'm saying. You don't tell me how to say things.
I structure what the law says.
And you don't structure anything. You didn't write the law. Be quiet. Let her talk.
Okay, you're right.
You don't interpret the law. You think you're an attorney and a judge. Be quiet.
What the law says.
And you're neither. You're neither.
You're right.
You're neither. You didn't write the law and you don't interpret it. Just be quiet.
And I understand it better than you, apparently.
Anyway, so in the case of this case, I'm not talking to him. I'm just speaking in general. In the case of this case, there was physical force used, and in terms of him hitting the girlfriend, the man defended his girlfriend and ended up stabbing the guy in the chest, and he passed away. In the case of Daniel Penny, this man. He was screaming, and that's the thing, because it's a difference when I guess we're supposed to be in this willy-nilly world where somebody that you know and can see is mentally ill. And some mentally ill people, they have psychotic episodes and they'll yell and scream. They're not necessarily physically accosting anybody, but they're there yelling. I'm sure we've all seen that. Anybody who's lived in a city, okay, you've seen it. Whether it's on the bus, on the train, walking down the street, you've seen people do that. And that's not an uncommon occurrence, I'm sure, especially in New York City. But there is a difference when somebody gets physical. So in the fact of the man who was killed by Daniel Penny, in that particular case, the man was yelling, I guess having a psychotic episode and begging people for money and whatnot. And said, I guess he said, I'm going to kill. Now, that's what Daniel Penny said. I don't know if other, I guess we'll find out if other people testify that that's what was said. Even in that respect, right, there wasn't anything physical. This man then took it upon himself to take this man down to the ground, pin him down, and put him in a chokehold. Like, what? We've all been.
Dozens of witnesses said the same thing.
We've all seen somebody who's done that. Get the fuck out of here. And then this man.
Dozens of witnesses said the same thing.
Sorry, crazy. Calm down, man.
Anyway,
I know you don't want to hear anything but the narrative.
And in the case of the grand jury, I think they got it right. I think they got it right.
Well, we'll see what the jury says about it.
This man was physical. And he did commit a physical act. This man over here was having a psychotic break and yelling and begging people for money. And Daniel Penny alleges that he was saying, I'm going to kill you, or I'll go to jail and all of this stuff. And he took it upon himself to tackle this damn man and then put him in a chokehold. For what?
Man should have waited for him to break her over the bone like he did to the 67-year-old woman on the subway. He should have waited till he took a punch and broke another woman's over the bone open. That's what he should have done. He should have waited for that. Because that's what Jordan Neely did. He busted a woman in the face and he broke her face open. But you don't need to know about that. I mean, Daniel Penny couldn't have known that now, could he?
Sorry, you got issues,
and so
brother.
That's like,
shut up. Just shut up.
I don't know if you can mute him.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute you for
all night long.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute you for 1 second.
I don't know if you can mute.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you for 1 second.
He's not even let her filibuster.
Okay, but I'm gonna open you right back up. As soon as she's done, I'm gonna open your line back up. So go ahead, Renee.
I'm not gonna be long because I'm gonna get off. But Nobody can have a conversation with this man on here yelling. Like, we can't even talk. But the thing I was gonna say is like, you know, it's a really slippery slope, because if it's a thing of where if somebody's yelling and screaming at you or whatever, and you can just kill them, baby, it's gonna be dead bodies everywhere. It's gonna be all kind of people dead, because it's a lot of mentally, you know, ill people out here, or it's a lot of people that's having a psychotic break, or they might be drunk, they might be high on drugs, or something like that, and they're not going to harm somebody, but they're yelling, they're screaming, and somebody can say, oh, I was under threat, and just kill the person. And that's supposed to be justified. It's got to be some type of parameters or barriers there. And so even though the law says imminent, and from what I've heard of the case of Daniel Penny, that does not seem imminent. Yes, I know Daniel Penny claimed, he said, I'm going to kill you. I guess he was speaking in general. I don't know. But this man played vigilante. And a lot of these white folks think that they have that authority. You saw in the case of the black man, it was physical force that was used. It was physical violence that was used. And then that's when he, you know, stabbed the man. In the case of the white man, he thought, oh, this man is yelling whatever. I'm an ex-Marine, or I'm whatever. I can be vigilante, and I can play police, and I can just take this man down and choke them out. And that's okay, because he was yelling and screaming, and he's clearly mentally ill and homeless. So this is just crazy. And like I said, this person over here that's yelling, he always gonna go with the far right side of things, whatever. Even if this is like, that's some bullshit. That man, because at first it was the idea was being floated that the man was nearly was hitting people. That he was hitting people and stuff like that. That came out not to be true. That he had not hit anybody. And lastly, I'm gonna say this and jump out, because he just said, talking about, oh, he had hit a woman before or something like that. People do this bullshit all the time. Just like with that damn Kyle Rittenhouse. People came later and said, hey, that guy was a pedophile. He had this sort. These people didn't do that because of that. These people didn't go and do no damn background check on the person and then go out there and see him and say, oh man, I'm taking this guy down because he's a pedophile. I'm taking this guy down because he hit a lady in the face before. No, they were in the moment at the situation, and they took these people's lives. Don't, after the fact, go back and try to say, oh, well, he had hit a woman before. That ain't got a damn thing to do with what happened that day and what Daniel Penny chose to do, and he took that man's life for no reason. Besides that man being mentally ill, besides that man going off for whatever he needed, mental health, there was no other reason for him to take that man's life. I don't care what you say. And anyway, thanks, Tyrone. I appreciate you, and I'll let y'all go.
It's no. I appreciate you, and you're absolutely right. Sarge full of shit, and I'm getting ready to open up your line, because if he was worried about somebody threatening to kill somebody, all of them people on January the 6th were screaming, "Hang Mike Pence." So I guess he want all of them people dead too. Is that right, Sarge? When they were screaming, "Hang Mike Pence." Your line back open.
All right, nigga Roach. Since you up here gonna try to throw out more straw man and red herring, get us off the scent. I'm gonna deal first with the last bullshit thing you said. And that was that all them people on January were screaming, hang Mike Pence. And I've repeatedly told you, every motherfucking rioter who assaulted, attacked police officers, and vandalized the Capitol should have been arrested and charged with crimes. Now, I told you that, I yelled at you, motherfucker, over and over, goddamn it, again. And you keep saying I said something other than what I say, which is why I keep calling you a motherfucking ass, a no good, lousy, scum-sucking son of a bitch. Because you keep doing it. You know, goddamn well I said the rioters should be arrested and charged with crime for battering police officers and destroying government property. I said it over and over and over again. And including those who broke in their gavel and said, go hang Mike Pence. So they ain't got a goddamn thing to do with anything I said in defense of those who are just wandering around the Capitol after the Capitol Police admitted them to the Capitol. I don't know what you're talking about. But let's get back to the subject, which is Jordan Neely and Daniel Penny. I would hope that every subway, everyone, has someone in the car of any race, like Daniel Penny, willing to step up when people potentially are in peril. And even though I know Daniel Penny had no inkling about Jordan Neely's criminal history, I acknowledge that. I'm saying it. Motherfucker Tyrone, don't say I didn't say it, because I'm saying it now. I know Daniel Penny didn't know anything about his criminal record. I'll tell you one thing, I'm certain that Marine knew, just like I do. I know when somebody's about to go off on you and cold cock you or somebody else, because those of us who have participated in a lot of hand-to-hand fighting know the signs. And I'll bet you Daniel Penny knew him too. And there was no reason for him to wait around for him, because in that case, and if he saw those cues, that meant it was imminent, as the law says. And since she can't read the law, I'm going to read that requisite portion of the law to her so she doesn't do it as she goes on and on with a repetitive filibustering. The law says if the attack or the incident is imminent, and that means based upon your reasonable perceptions. And anyone who is regularly engaged in hand-to-hand fighting knows what they are. I damn sure do, and I'll bet you he did too. So I think the man was completely justified, and I'll say it again. I hope every subway car in New York City has a man of any race somewhat like Daniel Penny, willing to step up and take the risk when the shit goes down.
Okay, so let me say this right here. So you're saying, based off of an ex-Marine having ESP and can read the future.
Yep, you're damn right. It's called street sense.
Shut the fuck up,
I don't
nigga.
say you don't believe street sense.
Shut up. Based off of an ex-Marine having ESP and can read the future and predict that some stranger on the damn subway is going to do something dangerous, he's got the right to murder that stranger. You sound crazy as fuck, Sarge. You sound crazy.
Yeah, you sound like a little sheep, motherfucker, ready to be led to the slaughter. I hope one day you do get your ass led to the slaughter, because you don't seem to know what the fuck you're supposed to do, you little punk-ass bitch.
You took all that time.
You do what you gotta do when you gotta do, so either you or yours don't get hurt.
Well, that's what you
that's
just
what a man does, and that's what Daniel Penny did.
You just inserted magic.
Yeah, you're damn right. I said what I said, and I meant every syllable.
You just inserted magic to justify murder, you idiot.
No,
Magic.
I said street sense, nigga. If you've been in enough fights, you know when it's going down. Maybe you ain't been in enough. I have.
Oh, Jesus. Boy, you got problems. You got issues.
Well, yeah, I used to tell you better hope you got the same problem I got. Or you gonna get your ass kicked one day.
But it was
That doesn't meet the legal standard.
Oh, what's the legal standard now? Maybe you could tell me about that. What's the legal standard, madam? Silence.
But it was like I said, the other case was self-defense, sir. There's no
didn't meet the legal standard. Oh, God, we got lawyers now.
Well, the other case was self-defense. Whenever you said that he stabbed his girlfriend, that
doesn't meet the standard to apply deadly force.
No, there's no ESP standard in the law, but there's an imminent standard in the law, and imminent comes from the body and world of your experience.
He doesn't know as much as he thinks he does. He's just talking bullshit.
Oh, shit. Now I swear to God. Now we got the fucking babbler on here. By the way, the other night when she was on there and I was on there, she was doing her level up TV speaking along fuck boy from me.
Sarge, your line going out. You there? Are you on the road or something? Sound like you're on a satellite or something. Or your headphones is going out. Something going on with your line there, brother. Do y'all hear that too?
Babbling, and she do that all night long. I'm not a babbler. Whatever I say loudly, I get to the motherfucking point. And I do it as quickly as possible. She can babble all fucking night long and keep you from talking.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. You weren't there. I was.
Who you talking about, Miss Lady?
Yeah. Who the fuck else you think I'm talking? word fuck boy
I don't
say?
know, sir. I don't get into your little scrabbles back and forth. I don't know.
Yeah, when you hear, you don't pay it no attention.
I sure don't.
Get off that shit.
Because I'm a grown up.
Yeah, when you're here, you don't pay any attention either.
Because I'm a grown up. I sure don't. I really don't. So there we go.
You might want to ask the people here to act as though they would like to have a conversation rather than a filibuster.
Oh, they my people now?
Yeah, your people. They are. Because damn sure ain't mine.
Well, Sarge, you got to realize that you bogart the mic whenever you grab it. You don't think so?
Oh, you're a lying motherfucker, man. Take them out. Just time every one of my comments. Time them, nigga.
Okay,
over 2 minutes, I'm spending a long time.
Let me ask you a simple question right now. Who's
and
talking?
It ain't usually two. It's like more like 45 seconds at a time.
Let me ask you a simple question right now. Who's talking the most right now?
Me? Because I don't know what to say. You ain't got shit to say.
That's all the time.
Other than your usual bullshit, right now it's me.
Yeah, it's you. And I can ask you that question.
Yeah, but you ain't got a goddamn thing useful to say. Same old repetitive bullshit.
I can ask you that question 10 minutes from now, and you're going to have the same answer. It's going to be you.
Hey, man, come and say that, oh, Donald Trump's racist. That's racist. As a criminal. He ought to be in jail.
Well, he's
a criminal. It's the same thing over and over again. Well, where are your facts there? Same old shit that's been refuted 10 dozen times.
Sorry, that's
pee on the bed.
That's
a Russian agent.
That's the only president in history.
He's selling nuclear secrets to the Iranians.
That's the only president in Christ. He's the only one that's ever been charged with a crime,
Please,
Sarge.
Joe Biden's out there selling political favors to the red Chinese and the Ukrainians. Why do you think he's ready to give cluster bombs to the Ukrainians all of a sudden?
Sarge,
after depleting our medium artillery stock.
Sarge, but listen, you put
all you don't pay attention to anything, do you?
Sarge, who's talking right now?
I am.
See, I told you
because you won't respond to anything. Not really.
You won't let me talk.
You ain't got no answer for it.
Okay, but you put all your eggs in the basket with Hunter Biden, and nothing came of that, Sarge.
Oh no, I'm not. I got a lot more baskets, a lot more eggs. You want to hear what they all are with regard to Joe Biden?
I really don't.
I ain't even touch the surface half the time.
They're all
I go over the shit that I already know, and it's already been established by fact through depositions and testimony under oath, along with documentation.
Okay, you're lying.
That's what I go with almost every time. You go on some tape where Donald Trump is rustling a paper, and you say this is proof that he was showing defense information that somebody wasn't authorized to have. According to you, that's proof.
It wasn't the rustling of papers. It was the words.
Yes, it was. I heard it, man. See, unlike you, I actually listen to evidence they claim proved something or other, and I know what it was.
Okay, it wasn't.
Nothing else has been introduced in court under law or under oath or affirmation or any deposition made about that yet.
It wasn't the rustle of paper.
I only know what the New York Times reported and the Washington Post reported, and that's what they claim.
It wasn't the
I'm
rustling.
waiting to see this shit come up in trial under oath.
It wasn't the rustling of the paper. It was the words that came out of his mouth.
Again, that don't prove shit without the document. I don't know whether you know what the evidentiary rules are when it comes to evidentiary documented evidence. You have to have the document as the best evidence. But then again, of course, you got another legal expert on here. Maybe they could tell you better than me, because apparently they know more than me. So ask them about best evidence when it comes to documents and what the rules are in a court proceeding, a federal court proceeding.
Sorry, listen.
Ask them. Maybe they can tell you. You don't need me.
They got videos and pictures and
oh,
witnesses.
Come off it, man. I've read the indictment. Unlike you, I read the whole goddamn 49 pages of that stupid indictment Jack Smith made. I read it. I know what they got to prove, and they got a long shot to prove it. The only way they're going to get a conviction is to get a New York or Washington, D.C. jury. Then he'll be convicted for sure.
Let me tell you how sure they're convinced they're gonna win. They're so convinced they win, they put they put Eileen Cannon in charge. Because there's no way in the fuck that anybody can look at those damn charges and say anything else, Sarge. They gave it to Eileen Cannon.
Wait a minute, man. Look, what is he charged with? See, I got to keep asking you because you don't seem to understand what he is being charged with. Which is why I say read the fucking indictment, will you? Quit going by what CNN says, because that bastards are illiterate too. Apparently, they can't read it either. They got to prove what's on the indictment. Not all is supposition.
He's charged with the
Read the
espionage.
indictment.
He's charged with all those counts of the espionage, man.
He's grasping at straws.
No, he
as
wasn't
usual.
charged with
Grasping at straws as usual.
And you're babbling as usual. What straw did I grasp? You don't know, you just said it. Because your academic friends told you to say it.
You've been wrong about Trump and the Republican Party.
Please, I ain't been wrong about nothing.
Nothing you have talked about has come to pass.
Anything to get Trump.
Nothing you have. You have
nobody even talk about the two bullshit impeachments anymore. Because everybody knows it.
Wrong.
That's what's about. Hey, listen to this babbling dunce you got here.
But she's right. You've been wrong. You've been wrong forever, Sarge.
She won't add anything worth remembering.
No, she's absolutely correct. You've been wrong for years, Sarge.
Well, you've been saying that, and I always turn out to be right. Whenever the Supreme Court rules on something, I'm almost always right. Now, I may be wrong about them deciding to take a case, but when they decide to take a case, I predict you what the outcome's going to be, and I'm always right.
You're not, Sarge. You're wrong on all this stuff, man.
Well, where was I wrong?
Ray Epps.
Name one.
Ray Epps.
I told y'all this racial preferences and affirmative action was going to come out, didn't I? I told you that.
Sarge, you're wrong, brother. Just calm down. Just
I told you how the House case was going to come out. I was right about that. You told me I was wrong and be wrong about that, didn't you?
That was obvious.
No, Tyrone told me I was wrong.
I did not.
Tyrone told me
don't lie
I
on
was
me, nigga.
wrong.
You were wrong
about
according to Miss Lady, and I'll take that being wrong all day
We weren't
long.
talking about the Supreme Court. We're talking about Trump and the Republicans
and all your conspiracies.
What was I wrong about
and
Trump?
the indictments.
And all your conspiracies.
What was I wrong about Trump about?
He lost the damn election, motherfucker. That's one.
Oh, you're a lying bastard. Full of shit now. Now I know you're full of shit.
You said he gonna
He didn't
win.
know it. They didn't let him take the oath of office, but I know he won the election.
Okay, well,
He
see,
know incumbent president
see, at this
gets
point,
11 million more votes than he did the first time, and then loses.
okay, well, at this point in the conversation, at this point in the conversation, you a goddamn lunatic because he lost, Sarge.
He got 11 million more votes the second time than the first time, an incumbent president, and loses the election.
But look,
I ain't
listen,
never gonna believe that.
Listen, when you ask what was you
That
wrong,
ain't never happened in history of the United States before. Ever.
okay, but whenever you're asking what was you wrong about, and we give you something you were wrong about, and you
No,
deny
wait a
that you
minute,
was wrong about it, what the fuck?
Hold on. Up until that 2 o'clock in the morning spike in elections in 5 states at the same time, but that's not suspicious, is it? No, that happens in every election, right?
Sarge, listen, you asked what you was wrong about.
Yeah, you believe that shit, or you pretend to believe it.
Sarge, listen, you asked what you was wrong about.
I remember right here on TRS, we would talk about the election. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
now I remember it was Big OC, I think. Yeah, Big OC was saying it looks like Trump won the election. And everybody was saying, too, how many more votes they got to go? Oh, I mean, he done won the election. And guess what? At 3 o'clock in the morning, they had a big spike in the election. And by 55,000 vote margin in 5 states, voila, Biden just pulled it out. And they all went down and stopped counting at the same time. But
Okay,
there's
Sarge.
nothing to see this picture. That's the way all elections go.
Sarge, listen.
Ask Miss Lady. She'll tell you. She knows the history of presidential elections.
Listen. I'm not trying to have a replay, but your question was
Yeah,
what?
I know you're not. You did.
Listen, motherfucker. I don't give a shit what your recall of the election was. Your question tonight was, what have you been wrong about? And I gave you what you was wrong about, which was Trump's winning the election. Now you want to go down this rabbit hole, how they cheated the goddamn election. Motherfucker, you've been wrong for the last 10 goddamn years. That was just one example about what you was wrong about. You was wrong about goddamn self-rich. You was wrong about Uranium One. You was wrong about caravans of Mexicans coming over the goddamn border. You was wrong about Trump building a goddamn southern border. You was wrong, motherfucker. You was wrong, time and time a goddamn again. Damn. Fuck.
Nigga Roach, 8 million motherfucking illegal aliens to come over the border in 2 years. How many motherfucking caravans your stupid ass need? Or can you count? You simple Simon bastard.
Okay.
7.5 million fucking illegal aliens coming 2 years.
You asked what
How
you
many
was.
caravans is that, motherfucker?
You asked what you was wrong about, and I told you.
Man, you crazy as shit. You're batshit nuts. 8 million. Oh, that wasn't a caravan, though. 8 million of them. These come with ones and twos. Crazy bastard.
You was wrong. Period. That's all I'm trying to say.
And there's a bitch. Oh, what's a caravan, though? You motherfucker, you not your goddamn mind. You think I'm supposed to swallow that shit?
What about Uranium One, Sarge? You wrong.
Uranium wrong. Look, just because they drop shit. Look, they talk about right now, they talk about shit made up and shit's counterfeit and all
I'll
this
give
other
you
stuff.
something else you was wrong
I
about.
heard somebody talking that shit about that, and they ignored all the evidence that Barack Obama's birth certificate was counterfeit, and they just dropped all that shit because they went along with the whole goddamn thing.
You was wrong about Hillary Clinton.
They found the template that they made the goddamn birth certificate from. You can overlay the handwritten remarks on one birth certificate. They're supposed to be handwritten. You overlay one over the other, and they match precisely.
You was wrong about
Remember when Sarge said he went to Hawaii to the hospital and wanted to see Obama's birth certificate?
That was a lie.
Motherfucker,
That was a damn lie.
You see how you ignore everything you have no answer for.
That was a lie.
They found the template that they used to make the counterfeit birth certificate. There are handwritten markings on that birth certificate. Since they used it as a template, they left the handwritten markings on. You can overlay one on top of the other, and the handwritten remarks or comments match up perfectly. That is not possible with a handwritten document
And
in 8 different places.
You was wrong about Hillary Clinton going to jail.
You know everything because that's the way you are.
Bitch, you was wrong about Hillary Clinton going to jail. You was just wrong about everything.
No, never mind. Now look, again, I told you, when it comes to that shit, I wasn't factoring the corruption factor. I actually thought that officials in the federal government, when they were confronted with actual evidence, they would do their duty. I no longer say that anymore. I believe that the federal government is irredeemably corrupt. So I never say that again. I never say anybody getting convicted is a sure thing.
But your argument was that you're never wrong.
They had enough integrity to do the right thing. I don't believe that anymore.
Your argument was that you're never wrong. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Again, I don't. It was predicated on a belief that was not true.
So you're wrong
so
about
now
things.
I have revised that opinion in the light of new evidence, and I no longer say things like that. Look at all the evidence we got against Hunter Biden and the laptop and all the corruption with Joe Biden and all the other shit, and they're not doing anything to that motherfucker. So you better believe I'm never going to say that again. Not with this federal government in place.
Mm-hmm. So
you won't hear me make those kind of predictions anymore.
That's a damn lie.
Again, they were predicated on false assumptions.
That's a damn lie.
But I tell you
okay,
one
so
thing,
let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you to predict this. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask you.
Corroborate stands by itself.
Okay,
if
let me ask you.
Is independently corroborable, whether or not authorities do anything about it, the evidence still stands.
Let me actually predict this. If Donald Trump is he gonna get charged and go to jail, or what's the deal with that?
He will be charged, and whether or not he goes to jail will depend upon what sort of jury he gets. Because everybody knows what's going against him is bullshit. The people who want to get rid of Trump by any means will vote to convict him no matter what evidence they see. The ones who know otherwise won't. So it's all dependent upon that. Literally. This is not a trial. This will not be trial about guilt or innocence. It'll be about a trial about your political allegiances. So that's my answer.
So you don't
Doesn't matter
know
what the evidence shows or doesn't show.
You don't know. You don't know then, huh?
No, I say yes. Essentially, yes. I don't know. It's up in the air. Yeah, I'm not making any predictions. If it was really about objective truth, they wouldn't even charge this man.
You think he's innocent, huh?
I know he is. He's innocent what they're charging him of anyway. He might be guilty of something else, but he ain't guilty of this. I'm not with Donald Trump 24 hours. I don't know what he may be innocent or guilty of. All I know is what they're accusing him of in the form of indictment. I read the indictment.
Do you think he's innocent?
That's what they got to prove. They ain't got to prove whether or not he jaywalked when he was 15. They got to prove what's in that indictment.
Do you think he's innocent in Georgia too?
Hell yes. More so there than anywhere else.
Even with the phone call asking for all those votes.
Read the transcript of his conversation.
Sarge, we played the goddamn transcript. We played the conversation,
again,
Sarge.
If you read the transcript or listen to the tape of his conversation with Brad Raffensperger, you will hear him lay out the innumerable instances of electoral irregularity throughout the tape.
We played
now, after he laid out those irregularities, he then said, based upon these irregularities, I'm certain you can find there are more than 11,000 votes that should have gone to me. The only thing they take is that one statement, find me 11,400 something votes. And they say, this proves he's guilty.
No, he said, he even made threats to the man. He said, this could be bad for you, or whatever the fuck he was saying.
No, okay. And you want to put the president of the United States in jail over something like that?
Yes. He's the
It's
fucking
literally
president.
the truth. It could be. You can't even say the truth anymore without getting indicted with these fucking rats.
Sarge, listen, brother. I respect your grind, brother, and how much you push for your beliefs. But you're a cult member, man. You know, and I feel sorry for you.
Every time we talk about something, I cite some sort of evidence to prove my case. You cite speculation.
No, this is a.
You tell me something provides proof that doesn't provide proof.
Sarge, listen, brother. You're a cult member. Listen. The way you just spouted off the conspiracy about Barack Obama's birth certificate after all these years.
No, I didn't.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
It was a counterfeit. I didn't just cite no conspiracy.
Okay, so let me finish.
I cited the evidence as the examiner found.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. The way
what irritates me about you? What did I just say a moment ago? I said they found the template, a woman named Joanna Ani, that was used as a template to make Obama's birth certificate.
Okay,
and they proved it.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. The way you just keep repeating that conspiracy after all of these years, the way you just know it verbatim, word by word, line by line, all about the lines not matching with the PDF file and the Johanna's, whoever the fuck she is. That is a conspiracy that has been ingrained into your brain, and you have been programmed to continually, even though it's been proven wrong, to continually repeat that motherfucking conspiracy, Sarge. This is why I say you're a cult member. You're easily programmable. Now you believe that Donald Trump is innocent and somebody is out to get him through the justice system that you one time supported when it came to against black people. So you're just a cult member, man. I don't know. I mean, I really hate to see you in this condition. I think you need to go see somebody. Y'all need to get deprogrammed. Somebody need to talk to you guys all in a bunch and get this shit out of y'all head, man, because you can't.
Okay, one more time, because I know you hate evidence and you hate.
Okay.
Everything inside is called a conspiracy theory, submitted under oath in a court deposition in an attempt to get this matter before the court in an adversarial criminal proceeding. Every single thing I just said was submitted by the document examiners under oath, under penalty of perjury. No one yet has tried to get any of those people who submitted any of that evidence on deposition, under oath, before a federal judge. Not anyone has tried to put them on trial for perjury. Not in all these years. And if they did, what they committed was a criminal thing.
Okay, so listen. I want to mute you.
So you keep calling it conspiracy.
Listen to what I'm saying.
It was evidence that was submitted in a criminal, or rather a civil legal proceeding.
Okay, so let me say this right here, and I'm gonna mute you one more time. Sister Ottawa, you got some background noise. The reason you keep saying under deposition and perjury and no one has been to court is because you're trying to justify and make it sound like what your claims is legal, right? But the facts is because they have not been to court means they don't have merit, and nobody wanted to look at it through the legal process or the judicial process because you can't take it to court. But you want to make the argument saying that they have sworn testimony, they did depositions, but nobody want. It's conspiracy. Why the fuck would you try a fucking conspiracy? And the last thing, even if what you were saying, a little bit of what you were saying was true about Barack Obama birth certificate, he would be under the goddamn jail. He really would. So the fact that he has not been to even got any charges behind what you're saying just proves that you're just a conspiracy theorist, Sarge.
All right, once again, Tyrone, I mean, you take off on your own take on what I said, regardless of what I say.
Okay.
You just put your spin on it, and you don't address what I said. The judge did not deny their motion because he thought they were conspiratorial. He denied them because he said they lacked standing to make the objection. He also made the same argument when people who were on the same ballot as Barack Obama, who had much to lose by his being considered a legitimate candidate, the same people who were on the ballot with him attempted to get the shit in the court, and the same judges said they didn't have standing. Now, if they didn't have standing, who the fuck does? They didn't say it wasn't true. They didn't say it was conspiracy. They didn't say it was nonsense. They saw it was properly founded. But they said, even if it's true, you don't have standing to bring the case before this court. I wish you'd acquaint yourself with the facts here, but you never do. You just go on and say something I didn't say.
Okay. Listen, guys, I want y'all to listen because y'all still on YouTube, right? And I just opened the YouTube line, and we're looking at the word standing in court, right? That's what Sarge said the reason they didn't try it, right? Because it did not have standing. And this is the Cornell University Law Dictionary, I guess Legal Institute. It says standing or locus standi is the capacity of a party to bring a suit in court. In other words, what you're claiming that's supposed to be legitimate, you didn't have a capacity to bring it up to a goddamn court. It wasn't legitimate, Sarge. Do you understand that?
That's not what standing means. No, that's not.
Okay.
That's not what the definition you just read meant. What standing simply means a person doesn't have the legal authority to bring a case before the court. The legal authority means it's like me. If I'm a state cop in Illinois and I want to bring a case in Wisconsin, I have all the facts, all the probable cause, everything I need to make a case in Wisconsin, but I don't have standing because I'm not a law enforcement officer in Wisconsin. I'd have to have someone with the authority in Wisconsin to bring it before the court.
Okay, so that was just
That's
a short.
what standing means.
Okay, so that was just a short dictionary. Here's another dictionary. I don't know if this might be Wikipedia. In law, standing or locus standi is the condition that a party is seeking legal remedy must show they have by demonstrating to the court sufficient connection to and harm from the law or action challenge to the court.
There you go. Now you got it.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all didn't have that. They don't have it.
Oh, no. They said they didn't have standing. And remember, they said this was from people who are on the same ballot as Obama. Now, someone was on the same ballot as Obama who got beat by him, or they might have won if Obama hadn't been on the ballot. They're saying that person didn't have standing.
Sarge, listen. It's a conspiracy.
Do you understand how corrupt that all is?
No, Sarge,
A
listen.
judge can decide standing, and not too many people can challenge it.
Oh, Jesus. Sarge, listen. It's a conspiracy.
It don't take a whole lot to make standing stick.
Sarge, what you're saying is not true. And
listen,
let me tell you something. I'm even crazier than you is by engaging you in this conversation. Because it's stupid.
Now you're out of argument. That's what you say whenever you're out of argument. You read some shit out of a legal dictionary that's supposed to shut me up.
No, I'm just telling you the shit that you're saying for years
It don't work that way, Tyrone. You got to make a better case than that.
Brother.
Yeah, now, the second definition you gave of standing was more correct than the first.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what you mean.
Whether or not you have enough of a connection to a case to be able to say you a remedy is obtainable to you in the case of a judgment that goes in your favor. That's basically what standing is.
Okay, so the bottom line, what I'm trying to tell you is,
it doesn't mean they don't have a case. It simply means they don't have a sufficient relationship.
Listen, nigga. What I'm trying to tell you, everything that you've been saying is not true. It's a conspiracy.
Okay, now you just read the same thing. I put it in different words. Now you say it's not true.
It's not.
Are you literate in English?
Sarge, the whole Obama.
Are you literate in English? Do you know words? You know what?
Okay, I'm not getting ready to do this.
What is a synonym, Tyrone?
I'm not getting ready to do this with you tonight.
Wait, what is a synonym,
Sarge,
Tyrone?
listen to what I'm saying. I am not getting ready to talk about Barack Obama's birth certificate.
Man. I cannot figure out where you got your education.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm not getting ready to talk about Barack Obama's birth certificate because I know
all
it's
right,
all...
let's just drop it. Okay, you're right. You shouldn't bother.
Yeah, because it's all bullshit. I was just using it
as a simile or an analog.
And
I didn't intend to get bogged down in a discussion about it.
Yeah, and I was using it to prove that you repeat crazy shit because that shit is just fake. All of that shit is fake.
Yeah, like the UFO. Now we're finding out UFOs might be real. For years they were calling us crazy. We thought that up.
Oh, Lord.
And we know how this shit works, Tyrone.
So you think the U.S.
The CIA could not have anything to do with John F. Kennedy's assassination. Now everybody's talking about it.
So you believe UFOs is real now?
It just takes time for the truth
I don't want to move away from this.
Sometime.
I don't want to move away from this. Do you think UFOs is real now?
Okay, again, see, this is what I mean. Now, you want to know what I personally do? I'm agnostic about it. I'm prepared to believe it with a bit more evidence, but I do believe something is there that they've been hiding for whatever reason.
Why'd you bring it up?
Because it's in the news today.
No, you brought it up.
I hear something about UFOs. Congress is looking at it. The Defense Department is looking at it. A lot of people looking at it.
So why did you bring it up in the argument if you didn't think they was real? Why'd you bring it up?
For years, anytime you brought up UFOs, they called you crazy.
Okay, I don't think that's true.
Get it? That's my point.
I don't think that's true. But you brought it up like you saying that UFOs exist. Are you saying that or not?
Okay, I didn't say. But I just surely you asked me about that they were true. I said I am agnostic on the matter.
Well, I'm agnostic about. Listen, brother. Listen.
More evidence.
Listen, I'm agnostic about UFOs, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is I wouldn't bring it up in an argument to try to prove something unless I was saying UFOs is real.
I'm bringing up an argument not to prove it, but to tell you that what people regard as crazy changes depending upon new evidence that is obtained.
You're saying that, but the reason that you bring it up is somebody is convinced.
Simple-minded.
Okay, but you're bringing it up because you said, hey, what's up?
With all of the new information out nowadays, man, it's really not way out there to suggest that, though.
So do you think they're real?
Bro, I'm not going to dive in that rabbit hole, bro.
You just dove in it with both feet.
He's basically, sounds to me like he's basically like me. There's new information coming out that people are citing. There are new authorities that are pointing to other evidence that congressional committees are looking into as we speak.
No, it's not. Listen, hold on. Let me say this.
People are not saying automatically, de facto, that when you talk about UFOs, no longer are they saying you must be crazy to bring it up.
Okay, so that is not what's going on. What has been identified is unidentified flying objects. Period. That's it.
No, they call it unknown aerial phenomena now.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is that has nothing to do with spaceships and aliens because things fly through the air. Shut up. That has nothing to do with spaceships and aliens because things fly through the air all the time that people can't identify. For instance, we just had this China balloon fly over the United States of America. Now that's an object that we can identify, right? But if it was somebody that was foreign to looking at something like that, that would be an unidentified flying object. So whenever you see these reports, let me finish. So whenever you see these reports of unidentified flying objects, that don't necessarily mean that it's a UFO. It's what it is. That's why they call it an unidentified flying object because that's what it is.
Okay, Tyrone, let me explain to you what I saw. I saw a picture. I saw a picture that was taken, a video taken from the heads-up display of an F-18 fighter pilot. F-18 fighter that was tracked by an F-18 fighter pilot, and they call it the tick-tock or the lozenge. And it's got a radar reflection, and it's up there in the air at 30,000 feet, and it's doing impossible maneuvers. Remember, it's got a radar reflection. Radar is bouncing off it and giving a radar return. The F-18 pilot is barely able to keep pace with it as it goes through maneuvers that no fixed-wing or rotary-wing aircraft that we know of can possibly do. And then this F-18 pilot, keeping it in his heads-up display, watches it as it dives down into the ocean, and then he follows it underwater at almost the same speed it was doing in the air. Now, this is what they say. They call it the tick-tock or the lozenge. They cannot explain what it is. They know it performs like no known aircraft, to say nothing of any submersible that can go under the water and speed out at that speed. And again, giving off radar reflection.
So what do you think it is?
Wait.
So what do you think
is
it
that
is?
the one they shot down? Is that
I
the one
don't
they shot
know.
down over the? Sorry, is that the one they shot down over the water? Is that the same
No,
story?
they didn't shoot it down. It went into the water and then took off on its own course underwater at almost the same speed it was going in the air. The Hornet, the F-18 Hornet, could barely keep up with it underwater at sea level.
So what are you saying it is? Why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing it
It's
up in this
going
conversation?
underwater, and the F-18 can barely keep pace with it.
Okay, so why are you bringing it up in this conversation? What do you think it is?
Because you're asking me about evidence. And I'm telling you, there is evidence of something that we cannot explain.
So what do you think it is?
I don't know.
Okay, so we're not going to say it's aliens, right?
I don't know what it is. It might be.
Okay, so I'm not going to go that far. See, that's why we're trying to get with you.
Well, you don't have to. I'm not saying. I'm saying we don't know what it is. That's good enough for me.
Okay, I can go with I don't know, but I'm not going to go and say that I don't know if it's aliens or not.
Well,
I pretty much know.
You haven't heard me say it.
I pretty much know it's not
I don't know what
aliens.
it is. I'll tell you this much, Tyrone. I'm not going to rule aliens out.
Okay, I will. And that's where I'm at with it. So there we go.
All right, well, we'll see. And that's not the only evidence they got like that. And most of the stuff comes from military and airline pilots flying up there in the sky, trained observers and experts in aerodynamics and physics. And they cannot explain the way these things can fly around. We know no aircraft we know of can fly like that. Not helicopters, not jets, not rockets, not anything.
Right. Not even a B-2 bomber can do that.
A B-2 bomber ain't very fast anyway. You're not even fast. I mean, it's subsonic.
Yeah, but I think they
just stealthy. That's all. You're just stealthy.
Yeah, but I think they reverse engineered that shit though. That one right. That
it could be. I'm not ruling anything.
Well, see, what it is humans got a flaw, right? And because y'all been programmed to believe in religious stuff, y'all believe any damn thing.
So
maybe they're time travelers. How the hell do I know? Maybe they're an advanced spacecraft.
See, nobody with common sense.
Aircraft from the future.
Nobody with common sense would say what you just said. No, nobody with common sense would say that.
Look, I said maybe. I didn't say they were.
Well, being an atheist can make you overlook a lot of things, though, bro.
No, it don't. It makes me look at every damn thing. That's the thing. Is I look at everything.
No, it makes you skeptical of everything. That's all you are. You're just skeptical of everything that you don't want to believe.
But you would never hear me. You would never hear me pose that maybe they was time travelers. You would never hear me say that shit. I will never say maybe.
I'm not asking you. Asking me what I think it is, and I keep saying I don't know.
Well, I would
and
never
you
suggest.
Is it an alien? Maybe it ain't. Maybe it's human beings from the future figured out how to travel through time.
I would never make.
Maybe they accidentally did it. I
would never make that comment. That you never hear me say that.
Well, you don't have to. Tyrone, you don't have to.
But I'm just trying to tell you how programmed y'all is. Sorry, you still believe Trump won the election? I mean, you just.
I know he did. I don't think he did. That I know. That I know.
How programmed they are. How programmed you are My bad. Go ahead.
Huh?
Never mind. But it's really not way out there anymore, bro. There's too many documented sightings that are on record. Like, you really can't just play with it anymore. Like, it's
documented sightings of what, though?
Wait a minute, Tyrone, you gotta remember, these are not farmers on a backyard somewhere. These are highly trained military pilots that we have spent millions of dollars to train with the most high-tech equipment we've got in our arsenal.
That means nothing.
Somewhere.
That means nothing to me. That means nothing to me.
They're trained observers.
Listen to what I'm saying. We just had the dumbest motherfucker in the United States be the president of the United States. So whenever you're talking about highly trained pilots, it's a motherfucking American that is just as susceptible to bullshit as you are.
The only thing you got to be president. Look, you got potato head in the presidency, so I'll give you that one. You can be the stupidest motherfucker in the universe to be president. I'm talking about people, but you got to pass a whole lot of. You got to pass a lot of training and a lot of testing to be a fighter pilot flying an F-16 or an F-18 Hornet.
We just had a general try to overthrow the American government, Sarge. So I don't have no faith in the military like that no more.
Wait, what general was that?
General Flynn.
Oh, you lying motherfucker, you lying bastard. You lying bastard. Lying motherfucker, you lying like a rug.
So,
I heard Millie tried to overthrow the government. He went to his fucking Chinese counterpart and tried to tip him off to American strategy. He's a traitor. That bastard Millie.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But anyway,
are you serious?
Anyway, these UFOs, I'll wait for
further. See how you pass right over that shit?
Well,
I swear to God, man, you about the motherfucker, you talk about Flynn, and I point the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and what he did with that cheat guy, that Chinese communist motherfucker, and said, don't worry, we got your back if Trump tries to do something wrong.
Okay, but
I swear, man, you're the most one-way motherfucker in the universe.
But what we were talking about was UFOs, Sarge.
Oh, now you want to get back to the subject, indeed?
No, because you brought up the training of the pirates, and you brought up the training of the pilots, and I was just trying to tell you I don't trust their training.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I just want to say this. I'm calling bullshit because Sarge just overlooked what you said about Flynn and threw out Millie. Mm-hmm. But he's trying to accuse you of overlooking Millie.
Flynn traitor didn't tell me.
I'm not done talking, dipshit. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, fuck you, nigga. Good night. You can go to hell. I ain't gonna try to talk to your stupid ass. You a simple motherfucker who won't fucking listen and won't shut the fuck up when it's time.
Tyrone, you overlooked General Millie, but he overlooked General Flynn.
Come on, Sarge, don't go, bro.
Well, I think he hung up.
Oh, shit.
In case he's listening in, go ahead, mama.
Well, Sarge like a little baby. You know,
that's
part of that mindset too. I mean, he good people, man. I don't mind Sarge, but I mean, he just gone. All of them gone, man. I don't know what Trump did to them fuckers.
But I heard Jay on here. I heard Jay on here one night talking about UFOs and shit. So more people are coming into that shit, though. You can't really just put it out there as you're crazy if you think that shit is possible.
No, I just go with evidence, man. There's no evidence that people from outer space
there
are.
Is. I mean,
the evidence. There's evidence of unidentified. There's evidence of unidentified flying objects. Yes, but that don't equate to outer space people. It just don't.
I mean, but we should be able to identify what the hell is. I mean, all the aviation associations, they should be able to know. Okay, this came from where. They can't identify this shit. They can reach out to China, Russia, anybody, and determine if that's one of their planes. But it's unidentified though. So that says a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? I'm sorry.
I was just saying that they know that the aircraft don't belong to their arsenal because they don't move like some of the sightings that have been seen.
Exactly.
They don't have any kind of vehicle that is, moving in space like these sightings. They don't have it.
That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is we don't know what it is. We don't know what it is.
No sound. Okay. You know it don't belong to you.
Yeah. Might sound spooky, Tyrone, but bro.
Do what now?
Never know, bro. I say I know it sounds spooky, man, but
no, listen. When Sar said he agnostic, the only thing he's saying that he don't know what it is, and I'm in that ballpark. Is I don't know what it is, but I'm just not going to reach. I'm just not going to reach and say that it comes from out of the universe somewhere to here.
Yeah, you don't want to do that on a call like this. And
but where does it come from, Tyrone? If you see something. And you can't identify it, where would it come from?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Not known to any earth. Okay.
Yeah, I
just don't know.
I just don't know.
But you would assume it came from somewhere, right? It
somewhere
came from
within reason,
right?
Somewhere within reason,
Okay. Okay. So there's a possibility then that there might be some highway we don't know nothing about on this terrestrial plane, maybe a hole somewhere in the earth where there are beings living. Do you believe something like that?
No, I wouldn't say I believe nothing like that, because I would have to see proof,
Yeah, he needs empirical evidence here that he could look up in the sky and see one and be like, nah, if science is not stamping it, it's not real.
No, if I looked and saw it, Anthony, I would believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. But if I can't prove it, then there ain't nowhere in the world I can make a claim on that.
Yeah, I mean, you need to do more research on it, man, because there's a lot of new evidence that's out there, man. Like documented, like people catching footage of some shit that it don't look right, bro. So I'm not gonna jump out the window and say that's the case, but
yeah,
I mean it's plausible.
No, and don't get me wrong. I realize the reason that I make these arguments because I realize that there's a wide spectrum of thought out there, and people, is all over the place, But I'm just on my end, and that's just the way I am.
I get you. You've just been an atheist, man.
Well, I mean, I guess if you could say that's what it is, but
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, sometimes that could kind of put a halt on things. Like you can mess up your own progress just implementing atheism and science and everything. Like, bro, like.
Well, when you say mess up my own progress, what does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Meaning that there's some shit out there that science can't explain.
Oh.
Like, so if you're dependent on science to confirm it, you may not get that. And maybe they already have the information, they just don't want to put it out to the people.
So let me ask you this. If that's the case, that means that there's a central understanding of what this thing is, right? So the people that understand what it is, a lot of them disagree about it. You see what I'm saying?
Do you believe in the Area 21? Do you believe that was real?
Area, was it? I'm on Area 51.
What area? Yeah, my bad. I knew that didn't sound right. But you believe that was real?
Yeah, I mean, you could go on the map and still find that.
I mean, what were they doing in there?
Nah, I don't know.
That is the key word, bro. You don't know, man.
Yeah, see, I don't know. See, I know Area 51 exists, but I ain't gonna sit there and say I know what it is.
Exactly. I think they knew about this shit a long time ago, bro. And so they put out these movies like Star Wars and Star Trek and the Jetsons just to prep us, so if we actually see some shit like that, it wouldn't make us go crazy. That's really an indication that they know something, man. They're prepping the people on this shit. Like,
What
but
you
you know,
what
it could
you
all
think is
be.
what you think is at Area 51?
Man,
I mean,
can I
I'm
say
not gonna jump
something?
off. Go ahead.
You know, the generation that would have been influenced by the Jetsons is probably dead by now.
Yeah, but you still got Hulu and shit that, you know.
Now you're talking about some technology. So they forecasted this back in the 20s that Hulu was gonna put out the Jetsons to keep the lot going.
No, that was just what they put out during that time. Like nowadays, we got like Star Trek, we got Star Wars, a lot of like what was it?
Like I said, most of the people that would have influenced, you know, they dying off the damn planet, right? You know what I'm saying? So that generation has already been fed the lie, and they gone. So
yeah,
I mean,
but they're
see, hold on, brother, hold on. I'm just talking about your argument, man. I'm not arguing for or whatever. I ain't being such, but I'm talking about the argument you bringing up is outdated. You might need to scoot it a little forward. It'll fit better in your argument if you use something up to date. Because what you saying is like I said, it's the 50s. Most of them folks is, you hear Sarge in the grave.
I'm okay with that.
But what do you say about folks that are talking about sightings that never saw the Jetsons?
Good question.
I don't know. Like I said, until it's explained or somebody's, you know, just like I can accept that what Sarge was saying about the fighter pilots seeing these objects, and I can accept all of that, but there's got to be an explanation. I'm just not going to assume that it came from another planetary body in the system to come here and do whatever it did. I can't assume that. You know, that's just not where my mind is at.
Mm-hmm. You ever heard of Go ahead. Go ahead, Lady Ottawa.
Oh, I was finished.
You ever heard of Skinwalker Ranch?
What's the name of it?
It's called, I think it's Skinwalker Ranch.
Walker Ranch?
Skin, like your skin.
Walker Ranch.
Yeah.
No, what is that? I'm gonna Google it.
It's like a hot spot. Like people that live there, like a lot of the Western movies were shot there.
Mm-hmm.
And they have documented shit that people, like during that time, people were seeing shit.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, on Skinwalker Ranch. Yep.
Okay, we got like 4 Skinwalker ranches in the United States. So you must be talking about the one out west in California?
I think that's the one. I know
you got one in California,
Philly,
you got one in Arizona, and you got one in Utah.
It would have to be out west. It would have to be out west.
You got one in Utah, Arizona, California, and Florida. So I know you ain't talking about the one in Florida.
Wherever it was a popular Western movie that was shot there. I don't know I don't know the location.
Mm-hmm.
But while they were shooting, there was a lot of weird stuff going on.
Well, I don't doubt that, man. Because I promise you, and y'all know how you see the meteors fly through the sky and then they're there and then they're gone. I promise you, one night I was standing in my backyard at this house, and I heard the fire and the like it was the wind blowing off of this thing. Like, you know how you hear like, whoo. I was like, Jesus Christ, that thing is huge, and it was there and then it was gone. So I can't prove it. So I was like, Jesus, that's
I mean,
close to the damn earth.
now,
So
now you
people
coming
see.
around. Now you're coming around.
No, I'm not coming
Like a
around.
lot of
I know what it was, but it was just close. I was like, Jesus. And that thing was, I could actually hear it.
Jesus.
Huh?
You said Jesus.
Yeah, you know, I just say that. That don't mean nothing to me when I say it. I've been saying
Oh,
that since
okay.
I
All
was
right.
3. You know,
Okay.
that's like damn to me. Or,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I'm just used to seeing it.
It's a habit, I'm pretty sure, man. When did you become an atheist? How old were you when you became an atheist, Tyrone?
I was grown, man, well into my adulthood.
You were grown?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much a habit at this point, man. Like, you're an atheist, but I'm pretty sure see something shocking. What is the main thing you're gonna say? Oh my God,
Yeah, I
your
say that too.
God.
I say that too
Who's your
sometimes.
God then?
But it ain't got no teeth with me like it would somebody believe in that stuff. I just say it out of habit.
Yeah. But there are a lot of atheists that are, I wouldn't say religious, but there are a lot of spiritual atheists. They don't even know it. A lot of them don't even know it.
Yeah, that's true. I know somebody that believe in ghosts. I'm like, what the hell you talking about ghosts?
An atheist? An atheist
Yeah.
believes in that?
Yeah.
That's weird.
It is, ain't it?
Yeah, they're spiritual. Okay.
Well, it could be spooky.
So they don't believe in it. They don't believe in the capital G God, but they do believe in the lowercase God.
No, like a spooky guy, like ghosts in cemeteries and stuff like that.
They believe in a deity where it can be it could be a person that was venerated and elevated to deity status. It can be your mother that you would elevate. Like if you're venerating ancestors, that's all spiritual. Like you're looking at like that person that you're talking to. It could be your mother. It could be anybody. If you're talking to them, they're acting as the middleman to God.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, I hear you, but I think it's silly. There ain't no such thing as ghosts. I don't think so.
I think it is. No, I'm willing to jump out the window on that one.
Oh, you think it's ghosts?
I'm willing to jump out the window.
Like you think like the spirit leave your body, your spirit leave your body and take another form or something like that?
Not the Scooby Doo, like get Scooby Doo out of your head, Tyrone.
Okay.
Not that type of ghost. I'm just saying, man. There's, bro, like anybody that know me know that, man. At this point, I'm used to experiencing stuff like that. Where it's really not something you can joke about. It actually happens, and a lot of people that make jokes about it, I think those people look at it like, if I don't believe it exists, it's not going to happen to me. But it exists, man.
Now you saying that you going about other people's stuff or stuff that you like experience?
No, what I experienced.
Oh.
My grandpa, he's no longer here, but he was somebody that could tell you, man. Like, because when he walked in, it was a day where I was washing my clothes. I had pretty much washed everything. And I was in my room, and there was a whole bunch of it's just the energy that was around me. It's like I was surrounded. Like it's an energy. That's one instance. I was at work. I worked from home. I took a break one night. I took a break, went laid in my bed to take a power nap. I was half asleep, and it was.
That first sounded like a panic attack.
It could have been. It could have been. I know I was panicking. It kind of made my anxiety increase, and I didn't want to run outside naked, man. It was like I was kind of cornered in. It was scary. But the other one is I took a break and I took a power nap. I was half asleep. A woman walked into my room, walked right beside my bed, and went to this imaginary dresser that I don't have in my room. I was looking right at her, and she gave me a smile like, The way she was looking is like don't bother, no, don't mind me. I'm just gonna get this and get up out of here. That's the way she was looking. That's the type of smile she had. Pretty woman too. And when I woke up, I was just sitting there stuck. Got up and went back to work. It was in the daytime. Looked her right in the eyes. She smiled at me like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna just get what I need to get and get up out of here." Like she didn't want to bother. She didn't want to wake me. And she put something on the dresser that wasn't there. You know what I mean? So that, I don't know, so that spiritual world that we think don't exist, maybe there's a world out there. Maybe they have their own world in your house. They have their own furniture, TVs, and everything that you can't see. I don't know. It may sound spooky, man, but like she walked up to a dresser that I don't have right beside my bed.
Well, people experience different things, man. I can't take people's experiences from them. You know, of course, like, you know, back in the day when we was on here, I make joke with y'all and all that and talk shit, but you know, I ain't gonna take that away from you. But if you're in that mode, I talk shit about you, but you know, I can't take that from you.
Yeah, but with Mama's Boy, because I didn't know, like, anxiety, I didn't know I had anxiety. Maybe that's what it was. It kind of made me panic and my anxiety increased. Maybe that's what it was when my grandpa had to come up there and get me. But all I know is like I felt surrounded. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Maybe if you don't believe in it, you won't experience it. I don't know, but I've been haunted a lot by that shit.
Mm.
I was laying in my living room one day, half sleep, woke up. There was two men standing right over me. And all of a sudden they turned into the curtain. Maybe that was my head. I don't know.
You said two men turned into a curtain.
It's like they were right in front of me. I was laying on my couch. They was right in front of me but as I woke up, it's like they turned into something. Like I was looking at the curtain. I don't know what I was looking at, but I was looking at two guys in front of me. And as I started to wake up, it turned into the curtain. So I don't know if that was just my imagination. It leaves you like, damn, did I really see that? Like, they don't want to really just, you know, I don't know. Even with the woman, I don't know if I was dreaming or what. Maybe I saw her, maybe I didn't. Like, you're not going to just be wide awoke and look and see a ghost. You're not going to do that. It's going to catch you while you're half sleeping, like while you're half asleep.
Oh, so most of those experiences you have, you be like woke, like half woke and stuff like that?
Yeah, right in between, woke and sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's usually when it happens. It leaves you tripping like, damn, did I really just see that? Like, pay attention to your dog one time, man. Look at your dog barking. They looking up, they looking upward, barking at, like, what are they barking at? Many times, man, like, same house, my dog used to bark at shit. I'm looking at my dog, he won't even pay me no attention. He's just going crazy, barking at the ceiling. So, I mean, it gets spooky, man. I got a lot of stories when it pertains to that.
Yeah, I can't say I experienced none of that stuff like that.
I mean, if you're not spiritual, I mean, you can't, I don't think you leave a door open for that type shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a spiritual person.
But you don't go to church, do you?
Man, I haven't been to church since 2001.
Mm-hmm. You just read and study on your own?
Yeah, I'm an independent researcher, man. Yep. But you let Howard tell you I'm a nigga, a camp nigga.
A what?
Where is Howard? You know them niggas on the corner in New York, screaming at everybody. It's hot as hell up in here, man. But yeah, though, bro. But think about it. If you actually experience something like that, your mind, your atheist ways would tell you, like, nah, that's bullshit. I'm tripping. It would tell you you're tripping, and you would never share it with anybody because it's gonna make them look at you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I wrong? If you experience something like that, would you share it?
Would I share it?
Yeah, would you share it? You come on here and tell people what you experienced?
I'm assuming that if I was like a real heavy believer, I probably would share what I thought I seen or my experiences. I'm pretty sure I would.
You, Tyrone the atheist. You go to bed tonight and you experience some shit like that. But you come back on here next Thursday and share it.
Yeah. Okay. So if I am right now, if I go to sleep tonight and I see something crazy, yeah, I would come on here and say, y'all won't believe what the hell I said. I don't give a shit about people thinking I'm crazy. If I experience it, I'll share it.
I don't think it's crazy though. It's not crazy, man. My cousin Chastity, when we were kids, we saw some crazy shit. Where I can actually, it was just me and her. My grandmother was babysitting us, and we was outside on the porch, and we saw a dude walk into the yard and disappeared. And she could tell you that. I'll hit her up and tell her, do you remember that time Medill was babysitting us, and that she'll probably pick it up from right there.
Both of y'all saw the same thing.
We saw the same shit.
Now that's weird there.
I mean, but that's who, like those like kids and people that aren't credible, like kids, dogs, mentally ill people. They're the type of people that would experience, religious people, spiritual people would experience that, because if a person tell you they experienced something like that, you would chalk it up to that, like you did a moment ago. So they would come to people like me because I'm a spiritual person. And you know that about me, so that kind of kills my credibility if I'm talking about something like that, because you already think I'm a spooky ass nigga. So, you know, they would come to babies. Boom. But yeah, though, man, that shit still be having me tripped out. It kind of made me take a hiatus. I was sleeping in my office a long time, like my work area. I didn't even want to sleep in that bed.
Damn, that had you fucked up, huh?
Yeah, man, because I never saw it that clear. Like I looked right at her. Like when she walked in there, I was laying in the middle of my bed, head to the side, opened my eyes. She came in the room, came right beside my bed, and the look she gave me, like it was so pleasant. Where I don't want to bother you, just like my mom would walk in, like it's been a long day. She know I'm tired. Like I'm just gonna get this and get up out of here. And after she put that on the dresser, I woke up, and I was just stuck, man. So I would never play with that, bro. Like aliens, I can't really tell you that they exist, bro. But something is going on. But when it comes to spiritual, like the spiritual world or ghosts, whatever you want to call it, yeah, I think it exists.
Well, see, that's all I was saying about aliens. They just ain't no evidence. You ain't never seen it. Like you experienced what you just shared with us. That's something that you went through. But like something from outer space, I don't think nobody ever seen anything like that.
I mean, we're so used to seeing shooting stars, bro. Like, what if one of those or some shit that's out of this world? Like, it could be anything. I don't know, it's just a lot they haven't been telling us, bro.
Well, how many?
Like you.
Huh? I was getting ready to say, well, how many cameras everybody got nowadays? Somebody ought to be seeing something by now.
Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? Aliens?
Yeah, something. If it's out there, somebody should have caught it somewhere.
Bro, there's so many there's so many videos out there, some crazy shit. Like, look it up, man. You can go to YouTube and look that up. they got compilations out,
Mm-hmm.
like a whole hour of sightings, man.
Well, I've seen some of them things, and some of it is just like lights that's really, really far off in the distance. Can't make out what that stuff is.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. I'm not gonna jump out the window with that. It could be. I don't know, bro, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna call anybody crazy if they want to jump out the window on that. Man, that's how it's man. What stories did y'all cover tonight? I popped in a little late.
Well, basically, Sarge Sarge was talking about a whole bunch of stuff, and he just going back. You know how Sarge do. So there was a lot of stuff. So we didn't really go over those stories.
Okay. Start popping in other than Thursday, man. Be
Huh?
that busy? I said you got to start popping in more than just on Thursday. You be that busy?
Oh yeah, man. I can't spend no more time on here like that no more. Hell, you just reminded me. I got to get off here now. I've been sitting up here. But yeah, I'm. If y'all listen on YouTube, I'm gonna get ready to shut y'all down. And if y'all want to call into the thing. It'll still be open. So
Yeah. I didn't know you were still on YouTube. They probably calling me spooky as hell in the